ALS. He was ALS for a long time.
Hello, everyone. Sorry for the delay. Our last meeting went a little long.
Yeah.
Hello, Chair. We'll be ready to start in a minute.
Okay, let me know when we're ready and my audio is okay.
Yep.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Ms. West, do we have any unregistered delegations today?
Yes, we have.
We do have unregistered delegations after our registered delegations today. Just so you're aware before we start the meeting.
Thank you. I had one, but no.
Thank you, Chair. We're good to start.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I would like to call this meeting of the Finance Committee of November the 6th, 2024 to order. I'll start with a land acknowledgement. I'd like to acknowledge that we are gathered today on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Uhlmann Nation, as well as all Coast Salish First Nations, on whose traditional territories we have the honor to live, including my home on Qathet, also known as Liskiti Island. We have an agenda before us, and there's been first a request from staff to pull off item 5.1. So I guess I'm looking forward to any motions to that effect or any other motions related to approval of the agenda. Corporate Officer?
Thank you, Chair. That item was referred from the September Finance Committee. Staff have been working on an updated report, and I think even had a meeting as late as yesterday. So they were planning on bringing it back in December or January. That's okay with the committee.
Okay, so that's
okay with that.
So if everybody's okay with that, that can just be excluded by agreement.
Okay, so the agenda before us does not include 5.1. Director McCormick?
Yes, point of order, Chair. I believe item 9.1 is out of order, or at least improperly on our agenda. There is an existing motion, notice of motion at Committee of the Whole regarding the same subject. That's already within the control of this assembly, and procedurally, Chair, that takes precedence. To ensure fairness and I guess maintain the procedural integrity of the discussion, that we're going to have a broader discussion at Committee of the Whole regarding community works allocation policy.
Recording in progress.
Therefore, I believe this item should wait until that has taken place, that discussion at Committee of the Whole. Further, I believe that debate regarding policy issues is the purview of Committee of the Whole, not Finance Committee, and discussing it here could circumvent or rather undermine the broader policy
recording stopped
that we will have at Committee of the Whole.
Okay,
that is my point of order, Chair.
That's your point of order. Okay, thank you. Regarding your second point, on which the committee, on which this item belongs, on which the committee this item belongs to, as good practice, I agree that policies are generally best debated at Committee of the Whole, but that this item could be debated at either committee. We previously debated review of this policy at Finance Committee, and I believe that was in order at the time. Regarding your first point, that this notice of motion was put forth at the last Committee of the Whole, and that is essentially the same issue and should take precedence. I have tried to educate myself on this issue and found that Section 39(6) of Robert's Rules is actually fairly clear on this. Paraphrased, this section states, and I quote, "Motions are improper that conflict with or present practically the same question as one still within the control of the society because not finally disposed of. If a conflicting motion were allowed in such cases, it would interfere with the freedom of the assembly in acting on the earlier motion when its consideration is resumed," end quote. Translating this to regional district context, I take society to mean the QRD.
Recording in progress.
So that leaves the question of how close are these two motions. The motion put forward by Director McCormick via a notice of motion at the Committee of the Whole, and that will appear on our next Committee of the Whole agenda, is that in keeping with the renewal of the Community Works Fund in 2025, that the committee recommend the board review its policy for allocation of these funds. This is effectively the same motion from the perspective of the board process as the motion put forward by Director Gisborne on this agenda, that the committee discuss the current Community Works Fund policy and direct staff on any desired policy changes. My understanding is that this section of Robert's rules that I quoted would apply. But before I move on, I would like to ask our corporate officer for clarification and to check if I am misunderstanding anything in what I just said. Ms. Jones?
Thank you, Chair. You were quite clear there.
Okay, thank you. So given this, the point of order is sustained and the item will be removed from the agenda. That would be leaving the floor open to either an appeal of the chair or a motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Director Gisborne?
Yeah, I think this item should stay on the agenda, even if it is.
Director Gisborne, you can either, the only option on the table, there's no motion. Either you can move adoption of the agenda as amended without this, or you can appeal the ruling of the chair.
Am I allowed to explain?
Nope.
So Director McCormick and the chair are allowed to say why not, but I'm not allowed to say that this already exists at the Finance Committee as is backed up by the staff report.
So Director McCormick made a point of order, and so did not really explain, just raised the point of order, which I allowed, and I should have, and I'll apologize to the Assembly, I should have called order first and recognized Director McCormick, but she explained her point of order. The process in our procedure bylaw is if the ruling of the chair is not agreed to by one or more of the Assembly, then an appeal can be moved and seconded if needed. And if it gets moved and seconded, it can be voted on without debate. The procedure bylaw says there's no debate on appealing the ruling of a chair. Director Gisborne?
I have a question.
Yes?
Since we have not adopted an agenda in the meeting, does that mean points of orders and all that kind of stuff is before us?
Well, Director McCormick was raising a point of order that the agenda itself was out of order, and so the ruling would actually put that in order. Now the agenda as amended would be in order in my view. We have a choice of either adopting the agenda as amended or appealing the ruling of the chair. Director Elliott.
I move adoption of the agenda as amended, and I also am incredibly impressed at your explanation for your ruling, and just wanted you to know that.
Oh, thank you. Seconder. So discussion on the adoption of the agenda. Director Gisborne.
Yeah, I'm in support of all the items on the agenda. However, I do believe that the removal of item 9.1 is actually inconsistent, as this item already exists before this Finance Committee, as the motion has already come before us in 2023. The intention of putting this item on today's agenda is so that we could at least refer it to the Committee of the Whole, where I think we all agree that it would be most appropriate. But unfortunately, my belief is if this item is then being discussed at Committee of the Whole, then we're actually being disrespectful to the Finance Committee, as this item has already been come before the Finance Committee at multiple previous occasions. So I think that's where I do believe that if this was a completely new thing, absolutely, the previous notice of motion would apply. However, this item already exists at Finance.
Thank you. And I'll just add myself on that. I think we're all on side with doing the review, and I think we're just working on how we do this. And I think it makes sense. And I think there will be opportunity to bring forth the good information that is on our agenda in that process. I just think it'll be done there. So I think it's, I appreciate the work that's been put into that item. And I do think there will be opportunity to bring that forward, or at least I'll do my best as a member of that other committee to help make sure that we're looking at all this. Okay, so any other discussion on the agenda? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed? Carried. Okay, on to the next item. We have minutes from September the 4th. Are there any errors, omissions? Seeing none, would someone like to move adoption of those minutes? Director Gisborne, Director Lennox, any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed? Carried. Okay, we have a a registered delegation and then maybe one or more unregistered, which I'll get to after. So our first registered, or our one and only registered delegation is Ms. Burbank, the Chief Librarian of Powell River Public Library. Ms. Burbank, you have 10 minutes and then we'll have a few minutes for questions. And thank you for coming before us. The floor is yours.
In your package, you should have a memo and a slide deck, which I believe, is it possible that it's visible? I can just go if whenever you would like. Thank you so much for having me on your agenda. I do appreciate it. And I am here on behalf of the Library Board of Trustees. I would like to extend gratitude. Our chair, who I believe is familiar to you all, has during this. I'm your corporate officer, and just, is it possible to have this up?
Just working on it. Thank you.
Fantastic. I will just keep going, and I'll let you know if we're in the same place. So before I jump into an overview of the library board's budget for 2025, I did just want to give you some snapshots of activities at the library that I believe are aligned with the work of the regional district and items that we are proud of. Work that we do, only do with support of governments. Accessibility has always been a huge focus of the work at the library. In the past year, we have also been working with an additional accountability framework that the regional district is working with as well. So I'm just on the next slide. And that we have an accessibility plan that we are working within, and that is giving us a bit more structure and enabling us to make sure that we are aligned with the community and our local governments in the work that we are prioritizing on accessibility. Accessibility is something we have built into a lot of our day-to-day work, but it is also something we've added extra focus to in the past year. Excuse me. Some of the components from that I just wanted to highlight are an ASL story time that our staff have added, and most recently with provincial funding, we added a quiet study pod in the library that can seat about 4 people, and that will provide a quiet space. Our library is not a super quiet library. Fun to read, a little bit noisier, which is great, but some people do need a little bit more quiet. And so the services that we provide that are accessible provide access to more in the community, and remove some of those barriers that can cause barriers when people are trying to access information and vital resources to be engaged citizens. Affordability is also a key issue that libraries help to alleviate. One of the services that really comes to mind for me are our programs, specifically those that serve families. We have 6 after-school activities every week. These are all free to the end user because they're supported by their tax dollars. So that means that a family can engage with these after-school programs and not have to question, can we afford this extra program? Are we going to have to balance it against some other cost? So those are really important to me. We also have programs and services for all ages, really. Recreational programs like writing groups, and also tech support. So someone could come in with their own device or a software challenge and receive one-on-ones without any. I also wanted to share out just a little highlight of some of our digital collections. Digital collections have been increasing in popularity, and that really started to rise during the pandemic. These are particularly important because they are always available. So they're available when the library is closed. They're available if you're not in our building, if you're living rurally. And many of them offer features where the content can be downloaded to a device. So you don't have to have constant connection. So if you don't have connection at your house or where you are, I can download an audiobook and read it at Shelter Point or on the ferry, and it's accessible to me even without that connection. Thank you. I would like to share out library card distribution with this group. And you'll see that the regional district currently has about 25% of our active library cards. I enjoy looking at these statistics, but did want to just acknowledge that card distribution can vary a little bit depending on how families register for cards. So my family has 3 cards, 3 people. Some families just have 1. So it's not an exact measurement of use in a per capita way, but it's a pretty good ballpark. And the next slide will show that library card distribution over the areas in the regional district. The next slide starts in on our budget, looking at the library's revenue sources, both budget 2024 and proposed for 2025. The library budget, we rely on revenue from our local government, those are the 2 largest contributors, but we also have provincial funding, we have revenue and grant money from Uhlmann Nation, we receive provincial funding and local grants from the Friends of the Library, library federations, and a significant portion from library operations. You also see that there's a transfer from reserve, and this essentially is funding that the library has from a one-time provincial grant from 2023 that we're bringing forward into the budget for 2025 for specific projects related to that grant. Share of the total revenue budget, the qathet Regional District proposed for 2025 is 27%. And I also want to highlight the city's portion in this is 60%. The provincial portion you'll see is in gray there and reflects about 5% of our budget. Outside of that one-time grant that I mentioned, provincial funding has been static since about 2009. So you'll hopefully hear again, as I know you've heard over the years, the library and our local governments have been advocating for increased and sustained funding from the provincial government to offset the cost for local governments. Looking at the operating budget for the library for 2025, you'll see that we are facing increased costs. 2 of the large drivers of that are, first I'll mention the fees, memberships, and advertising portion. And this is largely telecommunication and audit fees. So audit fees, and if I understand correctly, these are going up for many organizations, but we are also seeing that increase. So fees, memberships, and advertising has gone up about $7,000 jumping into 2025, and that's largely based on those 2 areas. We are, of course, also seeing a rise in labor that's contractual, and facilities costs. For us, that's been one of the larger jumps that we've seen in this budget going into 2025. Facilities costs have been a concern for me. The proposed facilities increase here is linked to 2 portions of that budget. We have our lease agreement. The library leases the space from the city of Powell River, and our lease is increasing about just over 4% going into 2025, and will be, I think, $241,000 for next year. We also contract janitorial and maintenance work to the city, and this is another contributing factor to that increase. Janitorial and maintenance costs, or the budget rather, is based on the agreement between the city and the regional district, the cost sharing agreement that those 2 organizations have, that the budget will be based on the actuals of the previous year. And there have been significant challenges in obtaining the actuals for 2024. So I did just want to flag that that has been a challenge. On the next slide, I've got the share of total expenses. Labor is 61% of our budget and facilities make up 23%. Facilities are in orange there. And on that last slide, I've outlined the grant requests for both of our local governments, the city and the regional district, and broken it out over operating budget and our capital budget. And what I hope you'll see moving forward is that we're working to even out our capital budget. It's a small number, but the percentages change a bit based on technology needs year to year. So I did want to thank you again for your time today, and through the chair, I do welcome any questions or comments.
Well, you did.
All right, I just plugged in a speaker so I could hear you better. Thank you for the presentation and for ending perfectly on time. It was obviously, you know, impeccably timed. So there's if there's questions from the Director Brander.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you very much for coming in today. I really appreciate it. And being a library trustee, I just want to say I'm very proud of that. And I think the library is doing some great stuff. My one concern with the budget is you've already mentioned it, the facilities and maintenance and janitorial costs have gone up quite a bit. I'm hoping that you can get, I know it's challenging, you've already alluded to that, but I'm hoping you can get some more information from the city regarding why they have gone up so significantly, because it's really challenging for me to approve a budget when there's so little information given to us as to why this has happened. So maybe if you take that back to the city and say, the QRD may have been balking at this without more information to be provided. And based on why it's so high last year, I'd almost prefer to go back to previous years and say, you know, see a record. Why did it jump so much in the last year? Because it's the same building and should cost the same, other than, you know, minor increases because of staff, you know, wages and stuff like that. But if you could do that, I'd appreciate that. Do you think you can go back and speak to the city about that?
Ms. Burbank?
Through the chair, that effectively is the conversation that I've been involved with staff at the city. I'm hoping for more clarity as they have the right staff available to answer the questions that I've got about those previous years and how it compares to this year and the proposed budget for next year.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Director Lennox.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. You've sort of helped flush out some of the questions I had. You know, 14% rise in facilities, obviously, that's what we're talking about, and the effects of the city's increases. I see on page 711 operations, it says 43% increase in operations. 43.7, is that accurate? Okay.
In overall operations?
Yeah, it says budget 24 to 25% change is a 43% thing.
For the operating budget total, no, I think it's about 7.3%. But
okay, well, that's what's in your presentation here on page 7. So I was just, maybe I'm just reading that wrong, but that's what it says. The changes
in the slides on page 7. Is it? I'm not seeing it in front of me.
Saying so, it's the slides with the proposed budget, the proposed 2025 proposed budget revenue, and it shows operations. Yeah. I think that's what Director Lennox is referring to. Yes.
Yeah, that one there.
That's
money coming in.
That's the money coming in.
Revenue.
The operations line.
Oh, I see, but I can speak to that if you like.
If you would.
So our operational revenue is largely from room bookings. We also have other fees that the library collects, and room bookings have been popular and increasing. Okay. So the revenue from those has gone up.
That makes sense. I just have a couple just one follow-up. I see that the 3 levels of government have a traditional request, and the city and QRD are being asked for 7.5%. Uhlmann's remaining at 6.7. Why the difference there?
There is no formal agreement with Uhlmann. There's a lot of good faith on both sides. So the library has continued to provide library services to all members and citizens, and the nation has continued to provide without written agreement revenue, if I recall correctly, based on the leasehold properties.
It might be something you're looking to in the future. And just lastly, on a positive note, good to see Area A, the literacy there, 56% of the electoral area. Something's going on there. I don't know, but sounds good. Thanks.
Very good. Is there any other questions of Director McCormick?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Burbank, thank you very much for your presentation. Libraries are so important to our quality of life, especially when you live on a remote island. So my question to you is regarding the library card distribution. A number of people on Texada go into the local library, get a card, and then continue to use it. And if those cards are issued on Texada, are they counted in your overall count? Are they recorded and kept track of?
Burbank?
Okay, so that number isn't bigger than. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? I see we're below time, but if there's a burning one, seeing none, I'll thank you. Thank you, Ms. Burbank, for the presentation coming before us. We'll be discussing this when the budget comes forward, I'm sure.
Thank you so much
Thank
for your
you.
time.
And Corporate Officer, you indicated there's at least one unregistered delegation that would like to appear?
Yes,
Or
please,
is there
Chair.
more than one?
So first we would have Gary Shilling from the Qathet Film Society.
Okay, so with the, is there anyone disagreeing since it's not on our agenda to these? Given that he's about to sit
We
down,
better
I
not.
think not. Yeah. Okay, the floor is yours, Mr. Shilling. Thank you. It's just a
Thank you,
procedural.
Chair. Chair, can we provide a time? Right?
Yes. So how long? So I guess 10 minutes is the 5. Okay, 5 minutes. You can be brief. You can have up to 10 if you need it, but 5 would be, we got a long agenda, so that'd be appreciated. Thank you. The floor is yours, Mr. Shilling.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm Gary Shilling from the Qathet Film Society. I just want to give you a little bit of background to remind you that the Qathet Film Society in October of 2021 purchased the Patricia Entertainment Company, which comes with the theater. And we raised $250,000 from the community in order to do that. And since that time, we've received match funding from BC Gaming to own the theater outright, mortgage-free. We've received federal funding through SERP to replace the roof. We've received provincial funding from Heritage BC to paint the exterior of the building and repair all the windows. And interior, we updated the auditorium, installed new seating, all from an endowment from a volunteer who passed and left us a considerable amount of money to pay for that. So we've restored our murals, installed new seating. We received support from Telefilm Canada to update our concession, our bathrooms, our lobby. And lastly, funding from the community forest to rebuild the exit stairs from the balcony to bring them up to code for egress and ingress, and we are in the process of building a replica of the canopy from the original theater in front. All that work should be finished by the end of this year, maybe drag on a little bit. In all, we've attracted about $1 million in funding to restore that theater and protect it for the community. I bring that as background. My focus here is to talk about our film festival, which, I mean, having the facility is one thing. What we bring to the facility is really the mission and the mandate of the Film Society. And I wanted to just remind you of our mandate here and just take a couple minutes to discuss it. So our mandate is to deliver programming that enriches and engages our audience in critical dialogue, support local filmmakers, filmmaking, and emerging talent, preserve and restore and maintain the historic Patricia Theatre, prioritize anti-racism, inclusivity, and equity in our programming and organization, and to engage with the culmination in the ongoing process of decolonization and reconciliation. And our film festival is kind of our flagship, if you will, of delivering that mandate. And the films that we choose for our festival, we choose roughly 16 films every year. We attract an audience of about, we probably sell a membership of about 600 members through the course of the film festival, so somewhere around 2,000 tickets. We keep the pricing reasonable. You know, we think that film is still perhaps the most accessible and easiest or best storytelling medium that there is. So I do come to you probably annually, twice a year, once for our youth film camp, because we believe media literacy in youth is really important, especially in our landscape today, and our film festival for encouraging dialogue about films among adults. And the film festival budget that I've presented requests, I think, $2,000 from the regional district, and we receive funding also from BC Arts Council. We generate roughly half of the cost of the film festival through ticket and subscription sales, as well as local fundraising that we do. And the support of the regional district is an important part of our, if you will, the core of our funding to have regional representation, provincial representation, and federal. And we like to mix that all together and present it to the community as strong support from both the city, the regional district, and the province. We're a very small festival within the scheme of things. We do things differently than a lot of other film festivals. Rather than have 100 films or something like that, we choose a core program of 16 films. We call it a cinematic journey from the beginning to the end. We usually have a party at the beginning, a party at the end. We do what we call our morning after film salons, where we've taken a room upstairs. Oh, by the way, upstairs is no longer a residential property. Upstairs we have offices, we have a co-working space, and we have a space we call our media lounge. And during the film festival, we invite people to come up and talk about the film that they saw the night before at what we call the morning after film salon, where people can discuss their thoughts, their opinions, and we engage in critical dialogue. We also have a rating system where people can rate the films that they see the night they see them. There's a really high percentage of participation in that. People really like to feedback on what they think of the films, and we record that and use it for our discussions in programming films in the following year. We have a programming committee to help choose the films, which includes members of Uhlmann, youth, members of our board, and members of the community. And we start with a really long list, and we pare it down based on availability, pricing, and such to come up with our 16 film program. That's pretty much in a nutshell what the film festival is about in the Film Society. I do have a short video to play with for you. I don't know if it works within this context. How many people have been to the theater in this group since July, maybe, since we renovated? So this video that we're playing is what we call our pre-roll. It plays before every screening that we have at the theater, just to give you a bit of a flavor.
Have the big sound system.
Audio. Okay. Imagine a kind of honky-tonk piano playing in the background with the sound of a film projector.
I've seen this film before.
Yeah, it's amazing how fast they built it. Anyway, just a little taste of what happens inside the theater.
Shilling,
That's it for me.
That's very nice. Lots of activity going on. I'll open the floor to questions. Director Lennox.
Yep. Thanks, Chair, and thanks for this. I think theater is an important part of this town for all of us. And you know, I think you've touched a lot of people through your various projects and things that you've accomplished there. You know, my uncle's been working on it. Like I could name probably 5 or 6 people there. We're proud to work on that. I think you've mentioned, and others have, that this type of funding is also good seed money as a contribution to the, and then it helps you to obtain other funding when local governments are seen to be contributing. My understanding is that helps you. Is that true?
Yes. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it's,
sir.
at the outset, as a bit of background, at the outset, we went to the community forest right away and said, this is what we're trying to do. Can you support us in purchasing the building? We got a flat no. But once we had raised the funds from the community, then the community forest was willing to step up once we had defined the project. And I'm noticing that basically I'm the guy who writes the grants as well, the grant applications, and the story just becomes richer and better as it goes on, and definitely the local support has been leveraged to get other support for sure.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? I would like to thank you for coming before us. Thank you for the presentation, and we'll be considering the your application for a grant later today. Corporate Officer, how many unregistered requests do we have?
One more, Chair. Keltie, Jenkins, and Rochelle Ford from the Powell River Skating Club. And if I said that incorrectly, please just let me know. We'll get another chair up here for you.
Okay, so with the will of the committee, unless someone checks vociferously, I will invite them to come before us and explain, and we'll give the same kind of time frame, so you'll have up to 10 minutes, but ideally as short as possible, because we got a gigantic agenda ahead of us, and then a meeting after that too. So thank you for coming before us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us. So I'm Rochelle and this is Keltie. We are both part of the Powell Figure Skating Club. And I put in a grant application on behalf of the club to help support our ice show this year. So just to give you a bit of background, the skating club has been part of the Powell River community for probably 60 plus years, a couple of different names along the way. And it was very big in the past to put on an ice show that would showcase all of the skaters in the club, their abilities, and just to sort of have something fun for the community to attend. And then over the course of the years, the enrollment got smaller and smaller, and then COVID kind of was a little bit of the death of us for quite some time. We had some coaching problems, and then enrollment went way down, and then obviously they couldn't skate. But I'm super pleased to say that we have a fantastic coach. She has done a lot of hard work and is really growing the team. And last year we did a little tiny mini show that showcased just the test skaters, our competitive skaters at the time. And from that little show, which was 40 minutes-ish, we were able to grow our enrollment about 4 times the amount of skaters. So it's super obvious to us that the more we can showcase our children and what they're learning in skating, that probably the more the team will grow. And so this year we were able to secure a date very far in advance, which is kind of nice. The city has allowed us to schedule March the 8th. At 7 p.m. We even got nighttime ice, which is huge. And so our plan was to put a little show together. And so that's where we're at now. Keltie's going to talk about the show itself.
So we're going to be showing all of our competitive skaters, adults, and our test kids. It's free admission to the public. We allow all of our feature skaters to have their own number. It's something the kids really, really look forward to. Everyone I know who has ever skated competitively growing up, this was usually a highlight for them every year. A lot of people will bring their friends, which kind of is what helps grow the sport. So yeah, it's generally a huge highlight for most clubs. I'm fairly new to town, so it was always a highlight for me growing up, but I did not grow up here. I do know, because I have family from here. I spent a lot of time here growing up. I do know that even when I was a kid, the shows were a big deal in Powell River. This town used to have a really thriving figure skating community, really successful teams. And so we're really trying to get back there. We have a lot of roadblocks, but we've made huge progress just over a year. And so we feel like a big key to our growth would be being able to bring back a big show for the community every year. We know of other people who weren't involved in the figure skating community specifically. We've heard feedback that really miss having that show every year. So that's what we're going to bring back.
So within the grant application itself, we've sort of set ourselves a budget of about $2,200 for total. Most of that cost is associated with renting the ice, the dressing rooms, and coaching costs to kind of get it up to speed so that the kids have something to showcase. And from that, we will allocate $750 that we've obtained from our gaming grant through the government. Hopeful for $850 from the qathet regional district, and then the balance of funds will come from fundraising, which we've already sort of got underway. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Does any of the committee have questions? Director McCormick, and then Director Elliott.
Very quick question. Do you have any members from Texada, the active skaters from the island?
Not right now.
Maybe in Kansas.
I think we do in our Can Skate program that's our learning to skate program. I know we didn't last year, but I think there is one family who comes from Texada now. Yes, but I'm not entirely. I could check registration, but I remember some correspondence about that.
Thank you.
Director Elliott, and then Director Gisborne.
Thank you. My question is your skating club like a nonprofit or
yeah, registered nonprofit?
And then a follow-up question is, have you ever applied for a grant in kind for facilities for your event from the city?
Not for this particular event, but last year we did apply for a grant in kind to offset our permit, which would be the ice and specifically the ice costs, and looking to do that again. Looking to do that again, but they do that per permit. So we get issued essentially a permit from September to December, and then January to March, and then April to, if it's the month of April or April to May. So looking to get that built up for the permit from January to March.
Okay, and you make application for a grant in kind based on the cost of...
Yeah, and then they'll only offset 50% of the permit application. So to give you an example, if our permit that's issued to us is $12,000 for that month of skating, they will only offset 50% of that cost.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Elliott. Director Gisborne.
Yes, sorry, I've had a chance to review your application. So I haven't seen previous requests for funding, and my question is this request like a one-off, or is this going to be like an annual request for ongoing operations kind of thing? Or is this like a seed funding?
That's a good question. Well, first of all, we weren't aware that this type of funding was even available. The board is fairly new and trying to come up with resources so that we can offset the costs so the skaters themselves don't have to pay. So if it is something that we would be able to apply for year over year, I could see us trying to do that. But also, the more kids we have, the more fundraising they do, the more then we can offset other costs. So just to give you an example on a total program, our junior star skate program, which is just beginning competitive skating, those children are offset by 75% of the cost.
And the amount that they're paying is still considerable.
Yeah.
We know that it is a financial burden for most of our families, and we're really just trying to minimize that because we are a nonprofit. It's just that the ice costs are very high, or our operating costs in general are high. So we're hoping to get more, to be able to produce more funding on our own. And if this is possible to apply year after year, I mean, that would be incredible.
Thank you. Are there any other
That's it
questions?
for me. Sorry.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, thank you both for coming before us. We'll be considering the application later on.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, on to our agenda. And actually, before I move on to the next item, I'm going to go back to the very beginning. And I was remiss at the very beginning of opening this and welcoming Director Southcott as a new director at our table from the city of Powell River, and to thank Director Doubt for his years of service on our committee and former chair of the Finance Committee. And really, I appreciate all the input that Director Doubt has given over the years. And I look forward to working with Director Southcott. And with that, we'll move on. So on to unfinished business. 5.1 has been taken out. So the new 5.1 is the Resource Recovery Center Finance Statusing Update referred from the October 23rd Regional Board meeting. What is the wish of the committee? Director Brander.
I'll move the original. Oh,
Okay, corporate officer.
Thank
it's
you.
already been moved and seconded, has it?
Yeah, so there's no need to.
Oh, it's already on the
reintroduce
table.
motion.
Thank you. So this is on the table. So debate on that, Director Brander.
I'll just be very brief. I think I've made my point. I like the motion because I see it as being fair and equitable to everybody in the regional district, including the city of Powell River. And I think to weight it any other way would make it very challenging for the council to accept. I personally think this is the best foot we can put forward, and I would recommend that we pass this motion.
Thank you. Are there Director McCormick?
Thank you, Chair. I'm willing to support the motion, but not to say that I am willing over a long-term or ongoing basis to use community works funding that is earmarked or supposed to be earmarked for electoral areas, for projects of this nature. However, if this is supported by the city, then I would support doing this for this time only. And so quick question, Chair, if I may, and that is, what is the process after this has been approved by the board, providing that it is? Then does that go forward to the city as a request?
I guess I would first go back to the board, but I'll ask our corporate officer for what the exact procedures would be.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Once it's dealt with, proposed with at this committee, of course, would go to the board. And then staff would action it by sending a correspondence to the city outlining the resolution.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for this opportunity to bring this to this committee for discussion. The situation where we've decided to put forward based on the tax allocation that is applied to the loan, which would be the alternative form of funding for this 2.5 million, to borrow it or to take it from the Community Works funds, means that for the city, it's a net zero. It's of an equal cost to taxpayers for the city to borrow money, borrow the amount that would be the city's portion of the 2.5, which is exactly the contribution amount. I get down to the bottom so I can see that. The city's portion, 1.298535 million. To borrow it at the qathet regional district at 2.5 means that city taxpayers would pay back that amount of the loan. To borrow it at the city, to borrow 1.298535 at the city in order for us to take it away from the project that it's already allocated there and put it here and replace that with borrowing over there, would be the exact same cost. So it's a net zero impact to city taxpayers and does not benefit or hurt us. Should you change the allocation at all, by trying to make it a higher contribution by the city, that's a net loss to the city taxpayers. And so I could not support the motion going forward unless it was a benefit or neutral. I guess this is a neutral position. And so I can support and make that case at the city and see what council thinks of that. Any other situation where our taxpayers would be at a net loss on these decisions, I couldn't support going forward. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because I know that some directors were concerned about trying to make it more closer to how the money is allocated rather than how the money is paid in a loan. And for the city, how the money is paid in a loan, which is our other use for the money is to cover a loan at the city or to cover a loan. And so, anyway, I'm here to say that any other, this allocation, which I appreciate Director Brander coming forward with, is of a net zero to city taxpayers. It doesn't help us or hurt us.
Thank you. Is there any other Director Gisborne, and then I'll add my own name on. Director Gisborne?
Yeah, and I'm going to apologize in advance. I used some of the role values that were sent out by Ms. Greenan. A big thanks to Ms. Greenan, very helpful. Unfortunately, when I open my document, I just see a red X where those lines are, so I'm going to have to go a bit off of memory. This is a challenging thing to wrap my head around, and especially from an electoral area. And I'm going to kind of break it down and go slow, so please bear with me. The first is that regional districts function on the principal policy of the siloed services, siloed local services. And there are three categories for these types of services. The first is regional services, which is solid waste management that we're dealing with, and they cover the entire regional district. It comes out of, X amount of dollars per 100,000 across the board, whether that's up in Toba Inlet or downtown Powell River, it's the same. That's really kind of what we're talking about here in this example of the difference between, municipality and electoral areas and using community works funds. There's also full area services that cover the entire electoral area. For example, electoral area grant and aid, which is, Area B's grant and aid comes from the taxation of all of Area B. Social planning is similar as well. That covers all the electoral areas. Economic development, which is mostly electoral areas, and of course the planning service. And there are individual area services. These are services that only cover a portion of an electoral area. And this is kind of what I want to focus on, because those services are Malaspina Volunteer Fire Department, Northside Volunteer Fire Department, Savory Island Volunteer Fire Department, the Myrtle Pond Water System, and the Lund Sewer System. Those are, smaller services, but they have, they tend to have the higher population density. Now, community works funding, we can use it for wants and needs. So let's first discuss the needs. This is a kind of solid waste management issue. We need to spend this money, and we can use community works funds for it, or we can use taxation for it. So if the regional district was to allocate $1 million of community works funds towards such a project, and that was only to be, say, just the electoral area portion, then the figures come out to roughly, $396,000 would essentially be the Area A portion of that overall percentage of the covering of taxation, because Area A is 39.7-ish % of the assessed value of all the electoral areas. For area B, that's about 17.7%. Area C is about 22.8%. Area D is about 12.5%. And area E, which is Laskedia, is about 7.4%. So if we were to use that kind of concept and say, okay, area A, sorry to pick on you, Jason, rather, this is a taxation contribution that if we didn't have community works funding, area A would have to contribute $396,000. Now, if area A instead said, well, we want to put this towards our fire department because that's what we can put it towards. And it just came out this July that we can actually now use community works funds for fire equipment apparatus, fire trucks. Now, as we all know, fire trucks are very expensive in electoral areas. If that funding was to go towards the Northside Volunteer Fire Department and Savory Island Fire Department, so all that money, that $397,000 went to the North Side and Savory Island Volunteer Fire Department to produce their apparatus, that same dollar would actually go 35% further. Does that make sense? Because what that means is if you give the whole area a tax break, you're giving the run of the river projects a tax break. You're giving the large areas that are not serviced by the water systems and the sewer systems and the fire department, you're giving them a tax break. But when we actually do need to buy a fire truck, well, now we still have to pay for it. That's a need. So therefore, that dollar could have gone further in a local service. Now, when we take a look to area B and C, which is the Malaspina Volunteer Fire Department, unfortunately, we don't have a big run of the river project. So that dollar goes 8% farther, not as much as 35%, but it is still a noticeable amount. That's for the fire departments. When we start getting to water and sewer services, this difference is even more pronounced. For example, the Myrtle Pond water system is less than 14% of the value of area B, and the Lund sewer system is less than 6% of the value of area A. Now, if we don't have the community works funds available, there is huge tax implications for those systems. For the Lund sewer system, we have already allocated $423,000 since the inception of community works funds. If that funding was not available and we had to make it up today, so this is ignoring inflation and all the other kind of things, it would be roughly $591 per 100,000 of taxation. That's a lot of money. The Myrtle Pond, we have allocated $461,000, and using that same formula of today's land value, that would be over $583 per 100,000 of assessed value for taxation. The average home value of area B is $594. Oh, sorry, $594,000. we have a housing crisis. That would work out to roughly $3,500 per average home if we didn't have those community works funds available. That's just dealing with the situation of needs. That's the challenge that regional districts face with our siloed services. Municipalities, whether there's a service that only benefits Wildwood, it's paid for by the whole municipality. They don't have siloed services. That's a challenge that we run into. So our small water systems will suffer. Our fire departments will suffer if we don't have those community works funds to allocate towards those services. And through taking a look at these assessments, I think I understand better what Director McCormick's frustration is, because Texada doesn't have a regional district fire department. They don't have a regional district water system. They have improvement districts, and to date, we have been fairly close-fisted with our funding towards the Texada Island water and fire systems. And I think, to be fair and equitable, we do need to discuss that. If all this community works funds really kind of disappears, and that's not really a discussion that's going to happen because there's not much in the pot. And once we get our next intake of community works funds, fire departments, and I'm pretty sure the Lund water system is going to gobble up anything that comes in, and then there's going to be nothing for Texada. The second piece has to do with plot. because I've discussed needs. You need fire trucks every 20 to 25 years based on not going to get into that, but wants. Now, active transportation is not a requirement. It's not a need, but the community sees value in its implementation. The Paget Road bike path was funded using the Regional Parks Service. It was done by obtaining a matching grant from Ministry of Transportation where they would cover the other 50% of the costs. But we needed to cover the other 50% at our regional district. Now, it's difficult, if not impossible, to convince directors to raise regional taxes to fund an active transportation corridor in Area B. Just to let folks know the numbers, the active transportation corridor in Area B along Paget Road was $857,000. And I don't think municipal directors would say, yeah, raise municipal taxpayers' money so that we can get a bike lane in Area B. But because Community Works Funds was available, that was a decision of a previous board to say, yep, we can actually fund this without increasing taxes across our region. So these kind of projects are possible when we have Community Works Funds available. And at the time, we had a lot of Community Works Funds because we couldn't spend it on fire department apparatus. We couldn't spend it on fire halls. Like it was July of this year that we can now spend it on fire trucks. So for a long time, we had this big pot of money that we didn't know what to do with. Well, now that pot of money is getting smaller and the things that we can spend it on is getting bigger. Now, this puts me in a bit of a bind because we can pass this motion and it can result in a tax reduction for everyone in the region, whether you're on Lasqueti Island or way up in Toba Inlet, or you're not even part of any water or sewer system service, or you're just a big industrial operation. You all get the same tax benefit. But this funding is based on population. And the intent of this funding really is to help deal with some of those expensive services like water and sewer and fire protection. And if we have to fund these things entirely by taxation, it's going to be increasingly strenuous. And I think that we also do need to be respectful of our improvement districts. And I'm not saying I'm opposed, but I don't like this motion of passing it and saying, hey, city, we would like you to contribute an equal amount in relation to taxation, without actually being able to sit down across from our municipal counterparts and have a meeting between city council and the electoral area directors and talk about a number of issues, because this really does come down to the relationship between the electoral areas and the municipality. Last year, I was hopeful that we could have a discussion on a similar discussion with the city related to the recreation complex. That motion was voted down, and now our funding agreement has expired. And
Director Gisborne, you've been over 10 minutes. Could you bring it to a close? So I'm just pointing out timing.
Yeah, I really dug into why Community Works Funds are very differently. They create a different tax revenue in the electoral areas because of our siloed services. And I want everyone around the table to understand that if you take money and put it towards a shared regional service, when we get to funding small water systems and fire departments, that same dollar would go a lot further. And those small services are going to have to make up the difference. And it's going to take us longer to fill up that pot because the UBCM gives more money to the municipality, understandably. So I'm torn. Thank you, Chair. Sorry for the extra time.
That's quite okay. I just wanted to point that out. Thank you, Director Gisborne. I'll add my comments. And, I hear the comments around the table and I find it, a healthy discussion. I'd really first like to express, thanks to everyone that we brought this to the Finance Committee. I think it's worth having this discussion. We were getting a little heated at the board meeting. It wasn't really the right place to do this. Like Director McCormick, I'm a little, I don't, there's some aspects aspects that I like and some aspects I don't like, but I really appreciate Director Brander reaching out, trying to find a solution. And I would like to also really thank Director Elliott for the comment she just made. Last time we were having discussion, I actually completely concur with the comments Director Elliott made about the tax implications from the city's perspective, because if we are going to do anything like this, we need to find a way that is equitable. That's not just viewed as equitable from our point of view. We're sending this to the city, and the city needs to see it as equitable, whether they choose to do it or not. Given that it may be neutral, we would only find out if this passes. That's up to the city. But we will, if it does pass, I do think there's no point in even putting something forward that's not viewed as completely equitable at the very least from the city's point of view. If it's skewed one way, then just the math doesn't work. I also want to, thank the committee for how we've come around on this, and we had some heated discussion when the idea of using Community Works Fund first came forward at the Finance Committee and then again at board, and that we're really trying to work together and really trying to respect the balance of the use of the Community Works Funds for projects. That's Community Works Fund that the city has for projects. I think that's for us to respect and think about. And the kinds of comments Director Gisborne just made, I don't disagree with some of them. I think it's a valid to look at how it actually translates down to the bottom level. But I do think, we want to have a bit of a give and take, because it's, we could go down one road and think of it that way, or we could, if we go back to the motion that was originally put forward to use all community works, or 1.4 million without anything from any request to the city, that one really I really didn't like, and I think that's where some of the conflict came. So I think this is kind of a compromise, and I think it really fits in between. And last meeting I made comments about supporting this, but then we would get back an answer and then make a decision, and the CAO really clarified that that's really a bit of negotiating in bad faith. If we pass this, we really need to be we're not fettering ourselves. Of course, anything can happen at the board, but we really want to be kind of saying this is our offer to the city. And in that sense, I can support that. I mean, I don't discount the comments by Director Gisborne on how this translates down. I think that will be and can be and should be part of the discussion going forward. We do have 10 more years of funding, and I know it'll take a lot to replenish this amount of that's under this request. On the other hand, it will benefit and lower taxes everywhere, and we want to really put in place a really good use of those funds and really thinking through how community works funds that we'll receive over the next 10 years are used. So with that all said, I'll just say I'm in support of this, and I think we can only, if it passes, that's only half the equation. We'll find out in a month or whenever what the city's response would be. Thank you. I'll wrap it up there and see if anyone else has any discussion they would like to add. Is that Director Lennox? And is Director Southcott, is that your hand? Or is that
sort of?
Okay, Director. Okay, I wasn't quite sure. So Director Lennox.
Thanks, Chair. I won't take too much time.
Okay.
I mean, I appreciate everybody's comments, and I do agree that we're trying to get to a solution really for our taxpayers. Really, that the original sin is the overruns on the project that we're trying to deal with, and that's hard. And so I also very much appreciate Director Gisborne's research on this, because I can see why you want to look at property values at $1.3 billion in area, or whatever the numbers end up to be. It doesn't really matter. And how the funds are allocated, and really the bang for the buck. And it will have an effect. You can see all these projects that are coming up at us, and a lot of the time that money can be used as sort of the contribution that then gets, as we mentioned before, gets other funding involved. So, but at the same time, we got to pay down this debt, and I feel for our taxpayers continuing to come to them for more and more. So I'd be interested to hear any other comments.
Thank you, Director Lennox, and Director Southcott.
Thank you, Chair. I thought a lot about this because I started following it before coming to sit in this position on the board. As a matter of fact, what I have been considering that relates to this goes back at least 10 years, probably, well before the time that I sat on city council. And there are basically three different views that I'm juggling inside my own head. One is the regional view and the specific concerns that Director Gisborne defines. And I appreciate I appreciate that. The other one is the more global view, which includes all residents of the region, including the city, and that has to do with affordability. That probably is the most central consideration for me, because I don't think it's within the understanding of most people, by far most people in the region, how much work goes into trying to figure out how to be most cost effective. As particularly sitting in city council, we're under increasing pressure to cut costs, find revenues, target affordability. So that is a huge concern. But compromising reserves is also a huge concern when you're responsible for looking after the well-being of any services provided by either local government. So I appreciate this resolution. Thinking of it in longer term. Of course, the third view, I was mentioning three views, is the view that I have sitting within City Council. So in a sense, that's a privileged view that has less relevance really here than the two I just mentioned. Now I lost my train of thought. I appreciate the resolution. If looking at it over time, yes, community works funds will be filled again due to annual grants. So in a way, it's a gamble that particularly the electoral areas outside the city would be taking to commit to this, but maybe it's a calculated risk. In the more immediate sense, there are the pressing factors of affordability. And as Councillor Elliott mentioned, within the city, it isn't going to make that much difference at all, because we could finance this however. We could use community works funds. There's a lot more flexibility in financial management up there. So I will support this, but it basically is on that one factor of affordability that I'm looking at very carefully in balance with all the rest. And like I said, thinking that this is essentially a calculated risk for needs over time. And that's probably the only reason. It's very thin, my rationale, but it's enough for me to go with this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Southcott. Okay, second round. So any other opportunity for input on this, Director Elliott?
It's kind of a question. So when we were originally talking about this, we were talking about some of the community works funds were up against a deadline where they had to be spent, or you lose them. And I'm not suggesting we wouldn't spend them at somewhere, but if there isn't an immediate need for those funds on an alternative project, or you have to approve another project just to spend them, that I don't think is in the best interests of taxpayers. And so I have a question about this amount of funding that has to be used or used by a certain deadline, what that deadline is, and what the alternative use for those funds would be should we not dedicate them to this project. Like, what other projects would they go to? Are those projects going ahead anyways, or are we just trying to get the money spent? So I think that's something that the taxpayers should be aware of, and we should all consider in our deliberations.
Yes, I see Ms. Greenan, our Manager of Financial Services, I believe, in the audience. So I will hand that over. So I guess it's timing, and then how much do we have to spend by that time? Ms. Greenan?
Chair, through the chair. So what they have now is a 5-year rolling average. So the money that we receive, we should spend within 5 years. The thing is that when we looked at this, we saw the immediate need, but now that they've opened it up, as Director Gisborne said, to fire trucks, I could see that we could easily spend all of this money as we get it.
So either way.
Yeah, either way, I would say, yeah, if the city wants to contribute their portion and the regional district contributes their portion, then that would work. And if the city doesn't want to contribute their portion, then I would think it would make sense to borrow the whole amount.
So follow up on that point, Chair?
Yes, go ahead. And then I see Director Brander. Director Elliott, go ahead.
Thank you. So then I would suggest that the proposal put forward by Director Brander in this motion equally distributes the benefit of those community works dollars across the entire region for taxpayers. If we are buying fire trucks, they would be for a particular area, right? And the benefit, the taxpayers that would be paying for those trucks. So it'd be a significant benefit for those taxpayers, but not so much everybody else. The proposal is a net zero for the city because our taxpayers are gonna be on the hook for that borrowing amount, either through the city or through the regional district. So we actually are not benefited by the proposal in one way or the other. However, it makes sense to me to support the motion in that it does benefit everyone else in the region on a taxpayer basis. So the best alternative use for those funds from the regional district, from what I'm hearing, is fire trucks, which are specific taxpayers that would pay for those fire trucks. I guess there's reserves too. I'm not entirely sure how all that works, but it wouldn't be everybody in the region. It would be specific to those particular areas that are getting the fire trucks. And so I guess my point is, or my debate point is, I'm willing to support the motion that's going to benefit taxpayers that are not city taxpayers, because it's a net zero for us, in order to try and help taxpayers throughout the region on an equitable basis, and which has an overall affordability component for everybody and well distributed versus specific areas.
Thank you. So I see Director Brander.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, I'll be quick. We are speculating about future projects and how they would be funded if we use the community works funds now, or do we borrow for this project and have community works funds for the future? I see this, we've got a need right now. We've got the community works funds. We can spend it right now, and over the course of, I believe it was a 25-year or maybe a 30-year mortgage, it would be a savings of almost $3.8 million in interest. Those are numbers that we have in front of us they're concrete. We can look at it. We're not speculating about what we might do or might not do, or how much community works funds will be there or won't be there in the future. This is what we've got. I think it's a wise way to go forward, and I think it's a great way for the city and the electoral areas to work together on this.
Thank you. Are there any other? So Director Gisborne and then Director McCormick and okay, Director Gisborne.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Two options. First option, we go this route. And the difference at the city council and to the taxpayers of the city, as has been accurately explained, is whether the city uses their community works funds for their sewage treatment plant or water system, or they use it for the based on the taxation amount with the regional district, it essentially makes no difference. Because if the city uses their community works funds for this, and then they have to borrow more for sewer or water, then the city taxpayers are essentially feeling the same pinch. It's a wash. It's half a dozen of one and six of the other. For the electoral areas, the tax break is being felt across the entire region. You are correct. Director Elliott is correct. The tax break is across the entire region. Now, the tax on the entire region includes these large industrial areas. And we do need to balance the priorities of all of our services. And I do recall when Myrtle Pond, we were using community works funds for that. I actually requested that the contribution from community works for Myrtle Pond in my area for my residents actually be lowered, because I felt it wasn't an equitable amount and respectful for the other electoral areas. fire apparatus is not a speculation. As I understand, there is a fire truck in Malaspina Volunteer Fire Hall. I think that, what is it, 3 years from now, it has to be replaced. Those trucks aren't cheap. And what that means is that the electoral areas will have to make up that difference, but it's not the same as in the municipality. If our fire services expanded across the entire region or across the entire electoral area, then it would be the same as the municipality. And whether we put it towards this or put it towards fire department, it wouldn't matter, but it does make a difference. So the one option is we go this route and we give some of the big, rural assessed areas that don't have people living there, like the Toba project, they get a big tax break. But that's not what the Community Works Funds was designed for. So I think that we should be using those funds for fire equipment and fire apparatus. I think that we really do need to crack open that policy to make sure that the improvement districts within our region are also eligible for that funding, because I've got improvement districts in my area that they would like a little bit of funding. I believe there's improvement districts in Area C that would like some of that funding. I'm 100% sure that Texada Islands improvement districts would like some of that funding. But if we put this forward and spend this, as we've heard from the municipality, it really makes no difference to them whether it goes towards this shared service or towards their other very expensive costs that they're dealing with. So this option says we're going to give a tax break to properties that don't need it. Whereas if we go the other way, then we get the full taxation from the whole region. I'm really unhappy that this project has gotten this expensive, but here we are with the bill. And I think that when it comes to the electoral areas and these smaller service areas, which is really isolated around where people live, like the fire service doesn't go across, all the way up Lois Lake, because that's not where people live. And that's why the Community Works funds that we get are based on population. They're not based on assessed value. They're not based on geographical area. They're based on where people live, because it's designed to give them a tax break for the services that are local to them. So now that I've actually had a bit more time to think about it, I don't want it to seem disrespectful to the municipality, but I do want to keep working with the municipality on a number of other issues. But I think this motion is giving tax breaks to properties that don't need it. And in the next year or two, as we get into our financial plan, we're going to be seeing electoral area services with steep increases. And we're not going to have the Community Works funds to actually give them more bang for their buck. So unfortunately, I can't support this motion now that I've had a bit more time to, unfortunately.
Thank you, Director Gisborne. Director McCormick.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question. When I read the motion before us, the only action that is outlined in this motion is to contact the council of the city of Powell River regarding, coming up with their share. It doesn't actually authorize the expenditure of this funding. It merely authorizes us to talk to the city about this possibility of doing this together. So my question, Chair, is will this come back once the city has had an opportunity to deliberate and make a decision? Will that come back to this committee for the actual authorization to spend this money? And if they say no, this is all part of the same question, what then, does that also come back to us for coming up with another solution?
I'll verify with our corporate officer, but I believe it has to come back because we'll get a response. So you're right, it goes out, it comes back, and then and that was the discussion we had last time where our CAO was clarifying that we want to be a bit careful what we do if the answer is yes. If we don't, would be unwise. It would be possible for us to change numbers, but I mean then we're violating the offer. So either, if it comes back as a no, then we've got to figure something else out. And if it comes back as a yes, then we decide whether we do it or not, but we're probably wasting the city's time if we don't. Corporate officer?
Thank you, Chair. I believe this item, once this item is decided upon by this committee, it would go to board level. whether it's approved or not approved, we would have to report back to board level. And then once that occurs, there's another motion on the table. So if this doesn't go to the city and, or if it goes to the city and the city replies no, then we have another motion on the table that would be immediately on the table. And then we would have to decide on that motion. So there's a series of events, but yes, if the city doesn't proceed with this proposal, we would be required to do the 1.201.
Yeah, so that's just to clarify, that's the motion that was put forward by Director Dowd that was tabled until after this one is dealt with. So it's basically still sitting there. And if the city came back positive and we went with it, it makes that one moot. But if it doesn't, then we go back to the debate on that. Director McCormick?
Yeah, quick follow-up then, thank you. So if the city says yes, then are we then authorized to go ahead with this? Because the action in this motion is only to contact the city. It isn't about what happens afterwards. So if they did say yes, does that then come back as a further report or decision regarding funding our share? Because we're not actually doing that with this motion. Corporate Officer?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. That's how I see it, that we would then finalize that. You know, this is essentially the first part of an agreement. It's an offer.
Okay, so that then comes back. Okay, thank you. And I did see Ms. Greenan's hand up.
Oh.
I don't know.
Okay, Ms. Green, I didn't notice. Ms. Greenan, do you have something to add?
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, I just wanted to clarify. My answer was a little bit short earlier when we talked about the 5-year, the 5-year commitment that we have to have the money spent. I didn't mean to say that we would only spend it on fire trucks. I meant that that makes it easier to spend quickly, because the fire trucks, there's always, there's pretty much always one that needs to be replaced. Whereas when you're looking at bigger projects that qualify, you're often looking to other funding sources and you're planning those projects, but they might be, 3 or 4 years out. So, but with the fire trucks, it gives another project that's always rolling. That's all I wanted to clarify.
Thank you. In other words, we always have needs on the horizon. They can just be brought forward if we really need to spend them quickly, or we can postpone a little while longer if we're trying to stretch the trucks out longer. Okay, so I'd like to try to wrap this up. Are there any burning last questions from those to the people who have not had a second time speaking? And seeing none, Director Gisborne, do you have something new to add? Because this is your third time, so I want to wrap it to a vote.
It's in response to the conversations that have occurred since the last time I spoke.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, the corporate officer is correct. There is a motion that was put forward, which is essentially to take all of the community works funds and put it towards this project, whether or not the city contributes anything. I find that to be very disrespectful to the electoral areas. It's kind of sitting there hanging as a threat. Our community works policy, which was changed in 2020, prior to that, such a motion would have been deemed out of order, as it's inconsistent with our policy. Since that policy was changed, that motion is allowed to hang out in front of us. In that report, which is no longer on our agenda, which was sent to Finance Committee in 2023, no other regional district deals with community works funds this way. They're handled by the electoral areas because they're for the electoral areas. Talking to an electoral area rep for UBCM, comments were, something's gone seriously wrong if it's even gotten to the board to have these kind of conversations. Community works funds and all other regional districts are for electoral areas. So having that hanging over us, the electoral areas, is kind of a threat to say, look, go this way, otherwise the city is going to strong arm us to take the money, I find to be very disrespectful. And it would be my hope that whenever that item comes before us, it should be unanimously withdrawn. And if not, then maybe we do need to quickly update our community works funds policy so that such a motion would be considered out of order. Because that is what really kind of got us at each other's throats, I believe, in September. And I'm very grateful that we now have this finally moved back to the Finance Committee to really kind of flesh it out. But that motion's still hanging above our heads like the sword of Damocles. I find to be the source of a great deal of tension around this table. And it makes it feel like my vote is somehow fettered, that if I don't go along with this, then the municipal directors could potentially just grab it. And on that point, when this motion was originally being discussed, a recess was requested so that the two municipal directors could go and have a separate meeting during a 5-minute recess. I'm bringing that up because hearing from some other colleagues, that's a concern around a potential code of conduct breach.
Director Gisborne, can we keep it on the motion on the agenda? I mean, I understand what
Yes.
you're saying, but on the
And I'm
motion.
explaining that I'm feeling threatened by a motion that is just hanging over us. I find that to be inappropriate.
Yeah, I feel that feeling, and I yeah, don't disagree entirely. So okay, so maybe I'll look to the table. So now we got this motion before us, and I think we've had a healthy debate on it. And I will call the question then. So on the motion in our agenda, all those in favor? All those opposed? 2 opposed. It carries. Director Lennox and Director Gisborne. Thank you. Director Brander?
Yeah, Chair, I was just wondering if we should be elevating this to this afternoon's board meeting, or if that was already in the.
It's not in. I think if you wanted to, you'd make. I'm not
I'll
sure.
make the motion that we move this up to today's board meeting so we can expedite it a bit.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Director Southcott? Discussion on elevating it to today. Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Corporate Officer?
Procedurally, I just want to say we have been making attempts to get motions that are elevated on that day on the agenda, but we won't be able to do that today. So at adoption of the agenda, we'll just have this included.
Okay, so that will be up to the chair at that time. Okay, thank you. So that was good. So we're now on to correspondence. The 3 items of correspondence, would anyone like to pull one of them for discussion or debate? Okay, seeing none, then I will move on to our 8.1, our 2024 Regional District Audit Plan. So Director McCormick?
Yeah, sorry. Under correspondence, yes, I would raise item 6.3.
Okay.
I would, is business arising, and when we get there.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, I'm glad you did that. So okay, so then 6.3, which is now 7.1, is the correspondence from Ms. Uhlmann. Director McCormick, what would you like to do?
Thank you. She's requesting a request from us regarding the partnership, and I'm just wondering if we should consider that. Look up the exact.
Director Brander and then Director Elliott.
Director McCormick beat me to it, but I was going to suggest that we request a staff report regarding possible funding of this program.
Yeah, that's good.
Right, so is there a seconder for that? Okay, so that's okay. So that's on the table. Director Elliott, would you like to? You're next on the speaking
I
list.
can comment on the motion, I guess. I just recall that we've had a conversation about this particular topic prior to now at a different meeting. And I just wondered if we'd made any decisions at that, because I can't remember off the top of my head and I don't have the.
It's a delegation.
Oh, okay. All right,
Right.
thank you. That was my question.
Okay. What was it? Did we have an answer for that question? I didn't quite.
It was just a delegation last time.
Yeah, right. It was delegation last time. You're right. So yeah, I think okay. Director McCormick.
Thank you. They're asking for $5,000 to become a local government partner. And so this is actually a request for funding. And I guess I have a question. Why wouldn't this go through the typical grant funding process that we have every year? And we're considering round 2 of those grant requests today. So I'm just wondering, is it appropriate for us to consider this request separate from that? Is there a time crunch to do this? And then it would need to be a separate motion, perhaps with a staff report regarding approving it. So I guess those are all my questions. So sort of where did that go from here?
Okay, so I'll pass that over to Ms. Greenan on the process and the options that would come in, and I would assume that would be one of them would be a grant and aid request. But Ms. Greenan.
Thank you, Chair. Because this is proposing a partnership, there could be some different funding that goes along with it. So that's why I think that Director Brander's recommendation for a staff report makes the most sense.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good. Director Elliott.
So I remember at the delegation, we asked a number of questions, and the request is also for staff time, I believe, and then there's some overlapping things that we would need to accomplish with or without the synergy groups. And I think that the staff report is a good idea so that we better understand that and can recall what it is we're deciding about. And so I think I'm generally in favor of the program, and a staff report is a good idea.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on the motion? So staff report on exploring options. Okay, seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed, carried. Thank you. Director Gisborne?
Can I call for a 5-minute recess?
You can indeed. So why don't we take a 5-minute break? We've had a long, healthy discussion. Before we explode, we can calm ourselves down, reduce the tension in the room.
The veggie option if you're hungry.
founding. I'm a
Let's go. We
founding
were giving
member,
5
so I'm
minutes.
going.
We have to let the chair call it.
I've got too much on the go.
Eric, can you hear us? We
Turn
can't
off
hear
my
you.
mic. There, can now hear me?
Yep.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, very good. Are
Sorry,
we all?
we took an extra
Recording
minute,
in
Chair.
progress.
That's quite okay. We all want to be comfortable and to be able to deal with the rest of the second half of the meeting. So thank you, everyone. That was a good idea for a bit of a break. So now we're on to reports. 8.1 is the 2024 Regional District Audit Service Plan with a recommendation in the agenda. Director Gisborne, Director Lennox, is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, it's kind of standard business and I appreciate it coming forward. So I will call the question. All those in favor? None opposed, carried. Investment policy. So there's a proposed investment policy on 8.2. What's the will of the committee? Director Brander? I'll second that. So Director Elliott can second it. Okay, discussion on the investment policy. Maybe before we get into that, maybe I can call on Ms. Greenan too, because this is a new item. Ms. Greenan, would you like to give us kind of the Cole's note on this? Because it's sort of new to us, and I see that it's not necessarily required, but good practices or something. But Ms. Greenan?
Chair. Yes, so basically what the investment policy does is just guide staff so that we ensure that we're putting the regional district's investments at minimum risk, and then also making sure that they're diversified to also reduce its risk of losing any funds. The policy just guides that, and then it also ensures that we meet the local government data entry reporting requirement that our funds be diversified.
Thank you, Heather. And I should have offered questions first, but so we'll have just open up if there's questions or comments. So I don't know who put up their hand up first. You're all quick. So Director Lennox, then Director Elliott, then Director McCormick.
Doesn't matter. Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, good report. I learn more and more every time I read about this stuff. I guess I was just looking at page 10 of 17 about the maximum share of a portfolio. You know, you talk about the different ratings, BBB being a maximum of 20%. Are you following like a standard, through the chair, are you following the standard approach to those categories and sort of decisions on percentages?
Ms. Greenan?
Yes, what we do whenever we go to make an investment, then we'll look at what that financial institution is, what their what their
their credit rating.
Sorry. What their credit rating is, just to make sure that it's within the policy, and then what we'll do is we'll just make sure that we don't hit those limits. So what we'll do is we'll try to give more of a diversification. And I have some ideas on where we would like to see our diversification, and we'll just make sure that we stay within the limits within the policy.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Actually, my question was more: is it a standard approach that you see like other regional districts or government taking in that approach to assigning that much risk? I guess.
Through the chair, yes, the policy was developed based on the Municipal Finance Authority's template.
Okay.
And I also did research other regional districts and how they approach it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Elliott.
Thank you. So I'm perfectly satisfied that we are adequately managing our risks. And I have two questions. Do we have a way of slanting our decisions in our portfolio to favor social objectives that we might prioritize? And the second question is, currently, are we maintaining or staying ahead of inflation with our current portfolio, and how we're doing with that?
Ms. Greenan?
Through the chair, thank you. Yes, so right now we are staying ahead. Most of our investments are approximately over 4%. And we do have some funds that have been in the Finance Authority Bond Fund, which is, an approved investment. And that there has been some fluctuation in the bond fund, but all of the other ones, we are staying ahead of inflation. And then but we don't have any, we haven't built any social objectives into this policy. This is strictly to minimize our risk and ensure that we're diversified. So that would be another, if we wanted to build the social objectives into it, that would be another consideration for the board to consider.
Thank you. I wanted to raise that just because we can support investing in things that we consider more healthy for our society versus other things if we want to. And if we're not actually putting that as part of our policy, then we're not doing it.
Thank you. Director McCormick.
Thank you. My question really follows up Director Elliott's question. She referred to social objectives. My question is about ethical funds. As a private investor, I try to invest only in ethical funds. And so my question is, I don't see that anywhere in this report. And I'm just wondering, is that a consideration for how we make our investments? And is that covered anywhere that I'm just not finding in this policy? And if it isn't there, what would be the process for putting that there?
Ms. Greenan?
Through the chair, thank you, Chair. And the process would be, I would come back with another, if that's the board's wish, then I would come back with another report that would include those objectives in there, and then we can decide what, based on what other governments have done, then we could build those in as well. And the other thing is we don't have a lot of, because our portfolio isn't huge, we don't have a lot of money that we put out into long-term investments. So that's also another consideration when you're different kinds of considerations like ethical or social considerations. That you might not have as many options for shorter term investment. We could bring another, if the board wishes, we could bring another report, consider those options.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chair?
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Director McCormick.
Yeah, I would like to propose that we do that, that we request a report regarding ethical investments that match social objectives.
So we have a motion on the table. Would it be to, does the goal to do a
Amend
separate?
by adding an additional paragraph for a
Right.
staff
So
report on.
refer it back to staff with that request? Is that the?
Yeah.
Okay, something like that. Corporate officer, do you get the wording for that?
Yeah, so sorry, what I was going to suggest is refer to staff for
additional information regarding ethical fund investment to meet social objectives.
Has that been seconded?
Thank you. And so I think I have a mover for that.
There's a motion on the floor, so we're trying to figure out process, I think.
Oh, so sorry. Yes, so that's a motion to refer to staff is allowed.
Right. So it's been, you second that. Okay. So the motion is to, that's why I was asking. So we had a motion, which is to adopt this. Now that's been kind of preempted or subsidiary motion to refer this policy back to staff to add in some social objectives. Director Gisborne, you're up next.
Thank you. I was hoping to speak to the main motion, but I can speak to the reference back to staff because it kind of overlaps a bit. First question is, who is our appointed representative to the Municipal Finance Authority?
I believe it's Chair Brander.
Yeah, okay. I guess my question is, has there been any discussion to similar policies through discussions at the MFA amongst like the other elected officials that sit over there?
Director Brander?
Thank you through the chair. No, this topic has not come up. The last meeting we had at the UBCM lasted about 12 minutes, I think.
Sorry.
I think I'm your alternate and I've never been.
Yeah, because, and please correct me if I'm wrong, staff. My understanding is this policy is something that is coming from like the MFA. It seems to be a requirement. And that's kind of where I do like consistency because there's 27 regional districts. The MFA only funds regional districts. So they've really only got like 27 clients. I know it's weird that they call it the MFA. It should be the RDFA. But anyways, my question to our staff is there a time requirement, I guess through the chair, is there a time requirement for when this policy needs to be adopted by? Or is it something that like it could keep getting postponed until, and we can keep banging it around? Like, what is our time requirement through the chair?
So, Ms. Greenan, so do we have time to refer this back? Is there a time requirement that we need to put this in place?
Thank you, Chair. No, there's no time requirement for the policy itself. The policy just would set guidance for finance staff. And so as long as we can show, as long as we have them diversified, I could use the policy as guidance, even though it's not adopted, and then make sure that we have our investments diversified for when we do our reporting at year end.
Okay.
Carry on.
Yeah, and so what my original thought was before the motion to refer back to staff was, could we adopt this policy and then have further discussions around amendments and other items relating to, social and ethical investments, because that might take up quite a bit of time. Hearing our staff, they can use the policy as a template, even though we haven't adopted it. And I'm just kind of wondering, would it not be better for us to just adopt the policy, but then to say, hey, we also want to report on how to amend the policy with these other criteria, and then hopefully we can also hear back from other MFA reps, because that might be something that they're discussing as well, and it might be able to, economies of scale kind of thing, where your other regional districts might have thought the same things, and therefore we don't need to, invent the wheel twice, I guess, is my thoughts.
Let me convert that to a question for Ms. Green. And does it make any difference from staff's point of view if we refer this back without adopting it and staff act on and work under it, but it's not adopted, versus Director Gisborne's suggestion that we adopt it and then revise it and then amend it? Ms. Green?
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, I would prefer if the board would adopt it and then ask that I come back with amendments, because then it would be solid direction. So, if someone in the department wins the lottery, then there's solid direction for staff. And then just like any other policy, it can be amended at any time.
Right. Thank you for that. So is Director Gisborne?
Yeah, in that case, then I would vote against the motion to refer to staff. I'd be very much in favor of just passing the policy and then amending it at a future date with more details and more rigorous kind of getting into the details. So that way our financial department has the policy in case someone wins the lottery. Hopefully that happens, but.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Gisborne. I'll add myself on and then recognize Director Elliott. And I agree with that. I'm going to vote against the referral just because I think it'd be good to get this in place, and then it won't take any more time. It just puts it in place. I would just like to comment, I am also very, very strongly in favor of having some environmental, social, and governance, and there's actually a term for that, ESG. So I'd rather that be part of what we're asking staff to do rather than ethical funds, because ethical funds have a trademark. They're a fund. They're not, the ESG is the general environmental, social governance, and we can get language, and staff can ideally find language that's, and maybe related that, I'll ask the question I did have, which sort of fits in that context. So on page 11 of the report, it talks about local governments. And so we can conceivably borrow from or invest in other local governments, lend to other local governments. And the question is, can we lend to ourselves? In other words, can a reserve, we have 12 million or whatever, 20, what's the number? We got a total of 21.7 million in reserves. Can one service lend funding in a reserve to another service at a reasonable rate that's fair to the lending service and then the borrowing service? So is that a possibility of where we're lending to ourselves? That's just I know it sounds a bit like a snake eating its tail, but with the silos, is that a possibility? Is that even relevant, Ms. Greenan?
Chair, yes, we can. They call it internal borrowing, where you borrow from reserves. The caveats is that the reserve that you're borrowing from has to be a statutory reserve. It can't be a non-statutory reserve. And you have to make sure that that is paid back before the funds need to be used. There have to be some solid plans in place for when that funding will not be needed.
Thank you. So I'm not completely crazy. I just had that. I thought it was local governments. I went, saw the numbers. Okay, so we're on the referral motion. Is there any further discussion on the referral? Director Elliott and then Director McCormick.
So I second the motion, and I do think it's a great idea for us to consider those things within the policy. I'm okay with defeating this motion and coming forward with a different motion, and then, dealing with this motion and then coming forward with a different motion, because I don't see it as a time sensitive issue. I just see it as something I'd like our board to consider in policies like this is, green and or social and or ethical considerations when we have policy. I don't see it as urgent. I believe, we're going to operate fine until we've had that conversation, but we could entertain a motion for asking staff to come back with that on a timeline that works for them. So I would be okay with defeating this motion and having a different motion to come back with policy amendments.
Thank you. Director McCormick?
Well, I'm willing to withdraw the motion to refer, if that's acceptable to the seconder.
Is everyone, well, it's unanimous. I think it's unanimous consent. Does everyone agree with withdrawal? Yeah. Okay. Thumbs up. Okay. So it's.
Okay. And then once we pass this motion, I would like to make another motion regarding a report back on those investments.
Excellent. So is there any more discussion on the motion on the table, which is to adopt the policy that's in our agenda? Okay, seeing none, or recommend to the board to adopt it. So I'm going to call the question on that motion. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed? Carried. Okay, Director McCormick, did you, or whoever's going to do it, whoever's first up.
They sent one in writing to the corporate officer, if that helps.
Okay, so I don't know who wants to make
a
it.
Second motion on here.
And
oh, wait, was it all together?
Yeah, I think that was together with the and. So so there's some draft wording. I mean, it doesn't matter who makes it or seconds it, I guess, but we got the intent.
Chair, if you can just give me a second.
We'll wait for it to pop up.
It's electronically fast, people.
If there's anything I missed, please feel free to.
What does ESG stand for?
Is that so Director Gisborne's put that, does that get to the essence of what Director McCormick's getting at? Director McCormick?
Does that have to do with the board? Yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay. So right, so any discussion on this motion? I can't see any, the room is small now, so I can't see. Has anyone got their hand up? Speak up.
I just had a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Does the committee not able to direct staff from here? Do we have to do the extra work of sending it to the board?
Corporate officer?
Thank you. Procedurally, I think because we're going to adopt a motion and then adopt a policy and then recommend amending that policy, it's okay for it to proceed with us elevating the policy and then this to the board, and then we'll have clear direction to do it. It is okay to also refer to staff, but I think having it follow the adopted policy would be.
And we could potentially, Director Elliott, put it on our agenda later today and pass it along with this one at the, oh, that's November 27th, right? That's when it goes to the board. Anyway, never mind. Okay. Is there anything further around the table on this? I'm going to try to, I can't see anyone, so, well, the table's really small. So I'm going to call the question on this then, unless someone's got their hand up. Oh, no one's got their hand up. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None opposed. Thank you for that. That's great. 8.3. First I'll offer if there's any questions on this. This is security issuing bylaw for basically shifting the our long-term debt, or our debt that we took in on short-term into long-term. Director Gisborne?
Yeah, a question, because I see there's 3 options. Is it correct that option 3, which is the 20-year term, gives us the greatest financial savings over the course of the loan?
That is correct, but maybe Ms. Greenan can clarify us on the savings and the tax implications.
And I guess the follow-up question, is there any way to make that timeline even shorter than 20 years?
Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the borrowing over 20 years, of course, the lower the term, the lower the interest that you're going to be paying over the length of the borrowing. However, that does increase the amount of money that has to come from the waste management service to pay down the debt. So it wouldn't leave us as much room in that. So if we reduce it, of course, we're going to have to pay more each year. We'll have less service.
Are there any other questions for Director Elliott?
Well, interest rates are trending down right now. Would there be any advantage to doing a very short-term loan to see if in 1 year our interest options would be way better for the long term? Or is that like not a thing we can do?
Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we can certainly do that. We could wait. There are the MFA issues money twice a year. So they'll issue it in the spring. So that's what this would do, would be allowing us to go borrow in the spring. Or we could say that we don't want to borrow in the spring. We could still adopt this, and then if you give me direction, we could not borrow in the spring and then wait and then borrow in the fall. Sort of. So.
Okay, yeah, we're trending down at this point, and we may save ourselves a lot of money just by waiting a little bit. I don't know if the board wants to think about that.
Is there any other questions? Anyone who hasn't had a first round, Director Lennox, and then
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just following up on Director Gisborne's question. My math, which isn't great, option 3 looks to be, if it's 20 years, a potential of roughly $2.6 million in interest. Did I get that right? Or
Ms. Green, I believe
maybe
that's
you can
correct.
get back to me.
Compared to option 1. It's compared to option 1
Yes,
would be
thank
9.
you.
The report says 9.7. Option 2 would be 8.1 million
right?
in interest, and then option 3 7.1. So a 2.6 million reduction from going from 30 years to 20 years. Is that? I'll confirm with Ms. Greenan that I didn't get a number wrong.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so what would the committee like to do, Director Gisborne?
I would like to move the motion with option 3.
Second that.
Okay, so that's on the table. Option 3 is the motion. Director Gisborne?
A question through the chair to our staff. Would they need an amendment to the motion to borrow the money in the fall of next year? Because hopefully the interest rates keep going down.
Ms. Greenan, what would we do here to do that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I would like a motion to do that as well, just because you know, there's a speculation that the interest rates will continue to go down, but you never know what might happen. I mean, that is the thinking, that they will go down.
So I'd suggest maybe an amending motion coming forward for that or something like that. Director Gisborne?
Well, then I would look to our corporate officer to help draft such a.
I would too.
So thank you. Currently, I was just looking for option 3. I was just digging through. So I'm recommending that we are moving option 3, and if there's consensus, Chair, we could say, and that staff be directed to implement borrowing in the fall intake. Fall intake?
The fall, yes, the Municipal Finance Authority's fall issue.
2025.
So is there anyone opposed to that around the table? And if there's Director McCormick?
I'm not opposed to doing it in the fall, but I am opposed to option 3. I prefer option 2, which is in the report.
Okay, so why don't we deal with the first bit, which is let's just ensure we have the motion on the table without having to go through an amendment. So the motion on the table is right now option 3 with a 20-year return or term, and then doing the readings and also waiting till the fall intake. So that's what's on the table, and we can carry on with debate on that. Which Director McCormick, you had your hand. You want to speak to that?
Chair, question: can we separate the fall start to this from the option that we're choosing?
Corporate officer, is that separable?
Yeah, because it doesn't matter which option, you can still choose the fall.
Yeah,
that's what I would think, but I just want to make sure.
As long as we
so
adopt
regardless,
something.
if this one fails, then option 2 is consistent. Next week, we could still go with the fall intake. Is that the question? Sorry.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
if we
so-
could separate those two things.
Okay, so so if it's separable, then what's on the table right now is the first two clauses in our agenda, but with option 3, and then we'll deal with the other one as a separate vote. Director
Order, Chair?
Gisborne? Yeah. Yeah.
The portion about having it take place in the fall, if the request is to split the motion, then each motion would have to essentially be able to stand alone on itself, is my understanding. And since that clause about doing it in the fall, I don't think it can stand alone on itself. If we do want to change the option, then we can do that through the amendment process. So I think splitting the motion is technically out of order. But I do get what Director McCormick's speaking to.
Yeah, I kind of get that. As a corporate officer, can you help me here? I mean, I kind of agree with that.
Help a
That's,
brother out.
but I'll.
If I could, Chair, the corporate officer actually needs help to understand what the motion is on.
Right on.
So I apologize. I know that we've said option 3, so essentially taking the words from option 2 and putting it over a 20-year term. Is that
Yes,
correct?
it'll be, so right now it would be changing 25 to 20 and option 2 to option 3, and then otherwise that would be, and then 25 in the second clause.
Okay, and so then after that motion was moved, there was further suggestion that we should put a clause that it be.
Yes.
However, I don't know if that was moved and seconded. First, they said that if there was unanimous consent, it could just occur. And I don't know if that has occurred yet.
Yeah, that's what we did. So we by unanimous consent it was added to it, and then so we had, my understanding is the motion on the table has 3 clauses as in our agenda, except 25 becomes 20 and option 2 becomes option 3 with the third clause of waiting to the fall. So that's what we have. And then Director McCormick asked for it to be separated. And actually I guess I haven't fully ruled on that point of order. I'll actually uphold it because I actually agree. And I believe that if we wanted to have that, if this motion fails, then a follow-up motion could look exactly the same, but with that third clause in it anyway. So it's all discussion that doesn't really get us very far. So I kind of agree that, you have to consider what would happen on its own, and that on its own depends on adopting something. So a motion on the table right now has those 3 clauses. We can choose to argue in favor or against and vote, and if it fails, then we can choose something else. So is there anyone else who hasn't discussed? Director Gisborne has one more.
I haven't spoken yet.
Oh, you haven't? Okay, Director Gisborne. Yeah. So
and
go ahead.
I was the mover, so
yeah, you haven't
technically
spoken.
I'm supposed to be the first. Yes, if the directors would like to do a different option, 25-year term versus 20-year term versus 30-year term, then I would suggest that an amendment be put forward. Because if we vote down the motion, then it's kind of like, killing the whole thing. And I think the intent of this motion is that the committee recommend the board enter into an agreement with the MFA to secure long-term debt. That's the intent of the motion. And the question that we're kind of getting hung up on is how long do we want that debt term to be? Do we want it to be 20 years, 25 years, or 30 years? I would like 10 years myself, but that'll require a huge tax increase that would also pay down that interest. And the reason why I'm in favor of 20 years rather than 25 or even 30 is it's something that my parents instilled upon me at a very young age, which was if you're in debt, get out of debt as quickly as possible because the interest will kill you. And taking a look at the figures that have been put before us, these are fairly high, interest rates. They are coming down, but we're talking about between that 10-year difference means several $1 million. But those are in today's figures. Now, something that I want everyone to be aware of, and if I'm wrong, please correct me. Our borrowing from the MFA is actually on a 10-year increment. So even if we take a 20-year loan, after 10 years, they kind of recalculate that loan based on what the interest rates will be in 10 years for the remainder of the loan. Is that correct?
Ms. Green?
Thank you through the chair. The MFA will set the rate for 5 or 10 years. they used to set them for 10 years, but generally now it's set for 5 years. So yes, they would get, the interest rate would get reset after that period. And then incrementally after that as well. So the only concern I just want to note with the going lower than 20 years is we still have to consider if we're going to, we don't know yet if we're borrowing the 2.5 million, and that's another debt payment that will be added on to the taxes. And we have a limit. So we have to be careful that, you know, if we put too much in there, we're going to hit our requisition limit and then have to ask for another increase.
Okay. Carry on with that.
Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
That is actually even more concerning, that it could be a 5-year and then, you know, in 5 years, well, 5 years after next fall, the interest rates could be very high again. And of course, those interest rates will apply to the remainder of the loan. So the faster we can pay it off, the kind of safer we are. And if we go to 25 years or 30 years, I just keep thinking about my children. I've got a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old, and, you know, even a 25-year, my oldest will be 30 years old by the time we actually hopefully pay it off. And I know it's tough for everyone, but it doesn't seem like it's getting any easier out there. And I think if we actually bite the bullet, go, yeah, we will have to increase the taxes to pay off this loan early enough, we can communicate with the community that they're actually saving several millions of dollars, kind of over the 30-year potential loan and down to a 20-year loan. And that really, this is about making sure that our children and our children's children aren't overburdened by the decisions that we make here today. And really, I would like to see $2 million go into services rather than just paying down the debt. And I know that's something that we've lamented in the past, I think even over at the hospital district, about, you know, we get these huge increases in interest because I think there was a debt over there that and it got kind of refinanced when we had high interest, and because we'd already borrowed the money, and it came around that time of, I think it was a 10-year point at that point, that suddenly there was a big, we get hammered, and at that point, there's nothing we can really do because that was a decision that was made by a previous board. Now, we're at the front end of this. So future boards are going to have to live with our decisions. And I would rather take the heat now of saying, look, we're going to have a higher tax rate, but it's going to save us money over the long period. And then hopefully that'll free us up in the future to actually use that money and give people a tax break. But the reality is these things are expensive. So that's why I said, let's go with 20. I'd rather suffer for a shorter period than suffer more over a longer period. Thoughts? I'm sorry, I have a headache.
It's okay. No, we got that. So let's try to get this towards a vote of some kind. So right now we have the motion, a 3-part motion, which is option 3, and there's debate on that ongoing. So is there anyone who would like to add more? Director McCormick and then Director Elliott.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to say that when I look at the 3 options in the report, 1, 2, and 3, there's about, I guess, 1.6 million difference in interest in option 2 over option 1, which is 25 years over 30. Option 3, it's a $1 million difference from option 2 to option 3. But what that does is it puts incredible burden on our taxpayers who are already shouldering the huge bulk of the financing of the Resource Recovery Center. And I don't believe that we can really ask them to pay much more. I think that 25 years provides a nice balance. It's the middle ground in what's, reported here. And that if the rates are going to come down even further, that would be wonderful. But I can't support borrowing over 20 years. Although I see the logic in saving the overall interest payments, I'm concerned about the immediate burden on our taxpayers who are being pretty well burdened enough with the increase in hospital costs and everything. So I can't support option 3. I would support option 2.
Thank you. Director Elliott.
I got a couple of questions and then a few points to make. One of the questions is, this money is borrowing to cover costs for the Resource Recovery Center. My curiosity is the life expectancy of the Resource Recovery Center, because you want your borrowing to be less than the life expectancy of your buildings and so forth. And I suspect they're probably 50 years or better, and we're good there, but I wanted to ask.
Ms. Greenan, do we know that? Or do you know that?
Thank you, Chair, through the chair. I'm trying to recall, I think we're looking between 50 and 70 years of my Resource Recovery Center. You know, that's an estimate.
That's kind of my assumption. I just wanted to check. And then my other point I had to make about, you know, flexibility for our future. So the longer we borrow over, the longer we can't approve a new project for that same limits that we have set for our borrowing. And so if we err on the side of going longer, we're impacting the future's ability to maybe borrow for a service that they really need if our limits aren't there. So it's always best to try and go a shorter possible period of time. 25 years is standard for a mortgage. The building is definitely like, you know, going to outlive its amount of borrowing. I don't know that we have huge needs that require big borrowing over the next little while or not, but if we did, that would factor into your decision about that down. I'm okay with 20 or 25 years. A point I'd like to make about future dollars is $1 in the future is not going to be worth the same as $1 today. And so that's kind of why we amortize things, and things the interest on that dollar, if it's the same rate in the future, is actually less than the interest on the dollar today, because the dollar is worth more today. And so there is that to consider. You know, if inflation comes up, the amount you've borrowed doesn't. It's subject to interest, of course, but it isn't the same dollar in 10 years from now as what we're borrowing today. So that's in your favor to try and balance those things. So those are all the things I consider. I would be okay with 25 or 20. I do see that right now we have an awful lot of things culminating together that are causing pressure on tax rates. So going 25 takes a tiny bit of that pressure off versus the 20. The point that maybe it doesn't get better is I think not realistic, simply because we are transitioning to a community without our mill right now. And once we are transitioned and we have adapted and new things pop up and our economy diversifies as it naturally would, that, you know, that transition is over, we're likely to see some stability for a little while after we're over a hump of sorts. And so, you know, I could easily do 25 as well.
Thank you, Director Brander, and then I'll add myself. Director Brander?
Thanks. I'll be really quickly here. I've been saying that a lot. I'm a fan of paying things down. I don't want to put the burden on future generations. And in this case, I look at electoral area C, the difference between a 25-year and a 20-year average tax, or tax per average home, is $37 versus $44. It's a difference of $7 over the course of a year. So I see that it's worth going to the 20-year mortgage. It's not a huge burden.
Director Lennox.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and I echo Director Brander's comments. Let's be clear, though, I think it's 7 times 100,000, right? Assessed value, right? But I agree that paying off this debt as quick as we can, I think, is our primacy. I appreciate the pressures that we're all feeling under taxation, not just the city. But I was raised the same way. You got to try to, like, 30 years from now, I'll be 84 years old and we'll still be paying for that? I don't think so. So I want to do everything I can to be responsible and get her done. That's how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll add myself, which is just, Director I'll
I
speak.
just,
Oh, yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I believe Director Lennox said that it was $43 times per hundred.
No, sorry, I was just looking at the per 100,000.
No, it's per.
Tax per 100,000 of value of the home.
That's 6.82.
Yeah.
The actual tax per average home is 40.
So I'll just add my voice to this discussion, and I think it's a good one. We're really trying to talk about short-term versus long-term pain. I mean, the pain is there, as Director Lennox said earlier. I mean, really, this is expensive, and we're either front-loading that a bit, paying it off sooner and saving some money, or downloading it or stretching it out. I think the dollars, as Director Elliott pointed out, the discount factors and so on play into that. So it does get that same amount is less painful in the future. On the other hand, a difference of a couple $1 million or $1.5 million is non-trivial. Do we limit our ability to borrow now, or do we limit our opportunity to borrow for something in the future? That's really the choice. And I'm okay with either. I agree with Director Elliott. I'm whatever motion, if there's a 25-year one or a 20-year one on the table. I don't like 30, but either of those I'm good with. Just as a little bit of math, when you look at the difference going from 30 years to 25 years, the taxes go down by $40,000. So if you play that over 5 years, a difference of 5 more years, that's $40,000 times 5 years is basically 200,000 or 200,000, but you're saving $1.5 million. That's a pretty good payoff. When you go from the step from 25 to 20, you're dropping almost 100. So if we just round it to 100 over 5 years, so for $500,000, you're saving $1 million. So it's like a 2-for-1, right? So the first one's way more than 2-for-1. Going from 30 to 25 is a massive payoff. I think it just completely would make no sense for us to go for 30. 25 to 20, you pay way less. There is a line there, and I think I'm okay with either. But I think it does save. I mean, a 2-for-1 still seems beneficial, but when you take discount factors, I think it's a bit of a wash. Going shorter than 20 is like just not, we can't burden the taxpayer now with that. That's just not going to work. So I'm okay with either. The motion right now is for 30 years and, sorry, 20 years, 20 years for 20 years. So that's what's on the table right now. So is there any further discussion on this, Director McCormick?
Ms. Greenan.
Oh, Ms. Greenan,
And then I do have.
Okay. Ms. Greenan?
Just one thing I wanted to clarify, just because, so people understand, we don't actually have regional districts because we're siloed. We don't have the same borrowing service, debt servicing city that municipalities would face. So when we borrow, we have to show that debt payment can actually fit within our budget, and that we can service it within each siloed budget.
Right. Okay, Director McCormick.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I've been convinced on the 20-year versus 25. You know what, I'm listening to everything that you've had to say, and it all, makes sense. I'm just really concerned about the burden that we put on our taxpayers when we keep adding this here and that there. And, the cumulative effect is that they're going to be really pressured when it comes to next spring and the tax bills arrive. And it's going to come as a real shock to some people. So I'm concerned about the tax rates. Yeah, okay, I can live with the 20 years. But I still have to say we've got in mind the taxpayers' ability to pay in the depressed economy that we're in. And that applies to the city as well as the rural areas. So I think we have to keep that in mind. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Is there any other burning points, Director Southcott?
No, thanks. Just a question. It occurs to me that I accept and appreciate all the discussion that's been held so far. But this is a substitution of long-term borrowing for short-term, is it not? So I think maybe behind our thinking, we may be thinking this is an increase, but really long-term should be at a lower interest rate, if I'm not wrong, than short-term. So it isn't going to influence, it isn't going to influence taxpayers by increasing yet. Is that my...
Right. So I guess the question is, if we left it at short term, we'd be paying even more than any of these, presumably. But Ms. Greenan, could you clarify?
Thank you, Chair. The short term that we have right now, because yes, Director Southcott is correct. We've borrowed short term for this, and it's a floating interest rate, so it changes as well, and I think it is a bit higher right now. It's at 5.76% the last time I looked. So yes, it will be higher until we lock it into tear down. You know, it could float higher.
Thank you. Does that help you, Director Southcott?
Yeah, no, I was just thinking that we're not looking at an overall increase. We're looking at just transferring.
Yeah, you're quite right. And for anyone watching, there's not new debt. This is just shifting how we're paying for it. Director Elliott.
Thank you. My question is, are we not paying a lot higher right now for principal as well for short term because we don't have it amortized over a certain length of time, or does the amortization over a long period, and or how does that work?
I guess it's yes. I don't know what the payments are, but Ms. Greenan.
So far for the short-term borrowing, we've only paid interest.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so we got the full
So
amount.
there's the increase.
Right. So are we ready to go? So we have a motion on the table. Option 3. Are we ready? So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? None opposed. Carried. Most excellent. We can put that into our long-term plan. Oh, Director Elliott.
So I have coming back to the fall implementation question, whether that was part of that motion or whether we split it or I wasn't quite sure what happened there, and whether is now part of the motion or we have to vote on the second part.
Oh, I think that all got passed. That was all part of one package. Is that what your understanding is, Corporate Officer?
That's what I had.
That's what I had. I ruled out it as all together. It is all together. We did everything.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Much
good.
appreciated, Chair.
That's my understanding, and I know it's a bit more confusing, and I apologize for the confusion there. Keep things on track. Okay, so we're on to our next item, which is
moved.
Revenue anticipation moved or seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? It's a bookkeeping, so it carries. Okay, our fun one now, financial assistance intake 2. We have 9 motions, so I've tried in the past to do more efficiently, and I don't think I'll try again because it's just seems to be taking more time. So what's the committee want to do? Let's look at the first one first. The recommendation is $11,530 for Powell River Child, Youth, and Family Services for the Orca bus from General Grants and Aid.
The recommendation?
Is seconded by Director Brander. Is there any discussion on this? Okay, Director Gisborne?
Yeah, we've got a number of grant requests in here, and some of the challenges that we see are, when we get to some of these other items, there's not enough money in general grants and aid to fully allocate. One of the items that does pop up is item number 5 later on about the Powell River Skating Club, and the recommendation is that the funding come out of like the electoral areas A, B, and C. Their grant request, it doesn't appear like like the later one is they're not asking for funding from the city of Powell River. And I'm just looking at this item and going, well, if we approve all the funding like from general grants and aid to the Orca bus, then that might limit our ability to provide funding to other initiatives that actually have a regional benefit. So that's where I'm kind of, I know the item on the floor is the Orca bus, but it does have implications for our future upcoming motions. So I'm wondering if maybe we might want to do a slight reduction so that we can still use the funds for other initiatives. I want to hear what the other members of the assembly have to say. And I know that's frustrating because we're not supposed to make decisions by exhaustion, and I've already got a headache. So my apologies for talking.
Yeah, well, of course, these things are all interrelated, and we're getting to the bottom of the grant funding for some of the pots. And in particular, this one would use up the remainder in the general grant and aid and still be 770 less than their request. But what would the assembly, I guess we're on debate. So is there any other speakers for the assembly around the committee? Director Elliott.
I kind of glad that brought that up because yes, it's the Orca bus is a general grants and aid thing, and so is the skating club. And I've noticed the proposed reduction to the skating club's request is percentage-wise considerably higher than the reduction to this Orca bus. And I'm wondering if we reduced the Orca bus one, whether we could raise the skating club grant and maybe not make, just be a little more equitable in how we do that.
So I guess that this is a question for Ms. Green, and we don't have an amendment, but if we were to reduce the Orca bus one by $495, and when we get to the skating one, would we be able to amend that motion or pass a motion that passes it as it is plus 495 from general grant and aid? Is that a viable option here, Ms. Greenan?
Yes, I'd like to actually ask the manager of services if she could kind of give my suggestion after this report.
Okay, Ms. Lillis?
Hi, yes, thank you. Through the chair, that is an option. If you want me to make that adjustment, I can do that. So
We don't have an amendment yet, but if an
yeah.
amendment comes up, then
And I'll let you know what that effect ends up being.
okay. So that's just been a question. Is there any, Director Elliott, are you finished or do you want to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I am interested in funding the skate club for their full amount because it wasn't a very large request. And I think they'll have a tougher time trying to make up that $495. The Orca bus is also a worthy cause, but we're funding, like we're offering them quite a lot of money, and I think to be a little more equitable to do it that way. I don't know how other people feel, but I would propose lowering the and I don't know if other people have other ideas about how they would like to distribute things differently. And so if we are going to make an amendment, we should probably discuss the potential amendments first before we make them, just so we're not running amendment on amendment on amendment.
Right. So on this one, why don't I'll ask around the table for any other discussion. If an amendment got put forward, which would be to reduce the 11,530 by 495 with the idea that that's going to be considered for the Powell River skating. We don't want to kind of get off track too far, moving things around. Would there be any, what are the comments on that, Director Southcott?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So with regard to Director Elliott's last question, I am going to bring up what I think could be a serious question with regard to number 4 that came to me very recently. So that may have an influence. Jesus. I'm not exactly sure what that influence would be, but I support Director Elliott's contention that perhaps we should look at this more broadly before we make amendments.
Okay, maybe just for efficiency, just because I've tried this in the more general and we try in the specific, and it either way is the wrong way for that moment. Why don't I open up, push a pause on we have a motion on the table, but I'll entertain opportunity for anyone around the table to talk about, in particular, adjustments downward, because if we increase any of the other items, we got to be careful because then there's other things that are contingent. But the other items, especially items 2 to 5, what if anyone disagrees and would like to revise those? So I saw Director Gisborne and then I saw Director Elliott.
Oh, and then Director Southcott.
And Director Southcott. Yeah.
Sorry, I gotta flip that shirt. Sorry, looking at and thank you, Chair, for allowing this to become kind of a more open discussion. I'm looking at the staff report on page 10 of 152 of the associated report, which has grants to organizations requests. The Powell River Skating Club has requested $850. And if we do half from general grant and aid and half from the electoral areas, then the electoral areas then are essentially paying twice. And I think that's not really great way to deal with things. So I would actually be comfortable with giving them the full amount from general grant and aid, which would be $850 from general grant and aid. But that would require a reduction of the contribution to the Orca bus. And we could also then in the future, like next year when the Orca bus comes around, we could even consider like topping them up if we do so wish to choose that. I'm in favor of giving the skating club the full amount from general grant and aid because it provides a greater community benefit, and I think in the future they'll be getting, you know, in-kinds from the city, things like that. And this is like a seed funding project where this is like their first year asking. I know they said, hey, we would like to have continuous funding, but myself, I'm very much in favor of giving an organization the money for like their first intake to get them off the ground in the hopes that next year they don't ask for as much. Like that's my hope. Because usually if they can have a good first event, then hopefully the community rallies around them and they end up getting like donations and the support from all organizations, from the regional district to the city, things like that. And I don't want to you know, really make the Orca bus suffer. I think they do great work, but they also do get a larger chunk of the pot historically and generally, and I'm very much in support of helping the Orca bus as well. But there's only so much cookie dough to go around in this bakery, I guess.
Thank you. And I'd just like to point out, and this is, going to be some number crunching from Ms. Lilly's, if there's support, if you were to do that proposal, 425 from A to C and 425 from general, then we would have to actually reduce one of the other ones that come out of A to C a little bit to make up for that, because the limiting factor is not just general, but also area B, because area B's grant and aid was reduced when we adopted the budget to be a little bit lower proportionally, and that's why it's hitting the bottoming out. Director Elliott.
That wasn't my proposal.
Oh, what was your proposal?
My proposal was that we give the full 850 from general grant and aid, and we reduce the Orca bus contribution by the 850.
Oh, I see.
We can fund both through general grant and aid.
I see. Okay. Director Elliott.
I have the thing I wanted to say originally, and then I also want to respond to that. I'm not actually supportive of that. And one of the questions I asked the delegate when she was here was whether she was applying for grants in kind, and they do as a regular course apply to grants in kind, and they get 50% of their ice time reduced by city dollars already. And so that is a 100% contributed by the city amount. And so I do believe that I want to support the skating club, and reducing, providing an extra $495 from the grants and aid is just, is the way to go. I think the skating club benefits the entire region by a lot, and what Director Gisborne is proposing is that grant and aid, which is contributed to by all people, equally distributes the amount that we're contributing to the skating club, which is appropriate for the region. But then the city is also on top of that, contributing extra dollars through the grants in kind for ice, the cost of ice. And that is kind of, in my opinion, nickel and diming a little bit and affecting the Orca bus where it's needlessly not needed to do that.
Thank you. Director Southcott. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
And the original point that I wanted to come up to bring forward is we should discuss, while we're talking about amendments and potential amendments, the Wild Ocean Whale Society feral cat program. The city recently did an $8,000 grant to that program. And we discussed it here in the initial intake, and some areas didn't want to participate. And so we're now again looking at trying to get areas to participate there. And I just wanted to flag that as a conversation piece this table.
Okay, thank you. Director Southcott.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's the Wild Ocean Whales grant application that concerns me. Since the City Council granted the money that they did to WOWs, I've been involved in this conversation generally for many years. goes back to, it involves the city's consideration of its animal control bylaw and cats in general, et cetera. I'll spare you any more details on that, but the conversation's gone outside the region, and I'm not exactly soliciting it's coming to me because I wasn't in favor of that grant for reasonable is not relevant to this discussion. The question I have comes from a question that came to me by email last night, and it is a question of whether the application is in violation of the purpose of WOW's charitable status. And the specific question is, does that present a liability of some sort to regional district? Now, I honestly don't know the answer to that question, but I think it might be important to answer that question before this money is granted. And full disclosure, I voted against the city's grant, and I really want to say that my concern is specifically what I've just articulated here, and I hope you believe me that it's not because I don't support the WOWs does great work with whales, but I'm going to stop there.
Ms. Lillies, can you confirm that they meet our application guideline, or is there any risk as brought up by Director Southcott?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, according to their application, we didn't find anything that flagged them as not meeting the criteria for the grant and aid. But as far as their society standing, I'm not really sure. I'd have to look into that further.
Okay, thank you. And I'll add myself on the list. To avoid this becoming an hour-long discussion, we are 3:15. I would like to suggest we try to aim for changes that are as minimal as possible. We can get into big philosophical debates about where the money should come from. We have some proposals that are really good here. I'm in favor personally of either reducing the Orca bus by $400, $495. That would be pretty small impact on them to give the skating group who had a pretty sincere delegation to us their full amount. I have no opinion on the Wild Ocean Whale or the qathet film they made. Also, I agree with that amount. I think are the proposals for a little bit less than they're asking, but I understand that there's again a limit on what's available. And the hospice is fine. I think the other ones are easy. So that's my two bits. I would like to hear from the table on other ideally efficient amendments so we can put a package together and vote. Director Brander.
Thanks. I'm just going to say my piece here. I agree with Director Gisborne on the skating club. I'm not a huge fan of supporting these things year in, year out, because I imagine we could get a whole lot of applications if we go down this path. But to plant some seed money to get their first one off the ground, that's great. I would support all of the other ones other than the feral cats one for different reasons, but I don't think you supporting that one. Thank you. We pay into the SPCA stuff. Thanks.
Director Lennox.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I understand what we're trying to do here. I do want to support the skating club and find a way to, again, for their initial kickoff, they really explained that I think they have a capacity and an energy there to improve their funding. Just looking at the list here, I do have issues with the Wild Ocean Whale Society application. I've never heard from them. I've never had a constituent talk to me about this issue. And, I've read the report. I believe what they're saying. But I agree with Director Brander. I think it's $100,000 approximately to the SPCA every year. And, I won't go on about it. And then as far as the Association of Savior Island Committee, I see the recommendation there, and that's, I'll just keep it simple. I'm going to go with option 2, and I want to fund that fully from Area A. Thanks.
Thank you. And maybe I could offer something that might help us advance this discussion. I would suggest someone move to table the motion on the table, which is the Youth, Child, and Family Services, until after we deal with Wild Ocean Whale. That seems to be enough discussion around the room that we can debate with that one. And once the amount, if any, is decided on that one, or how much, then we can I don't get the sense that it'll go up from the recommendation, but if whatever happens, then we'll be able to see how the cards play out. So I would just suggest that, and then maybe we can deal with the wild ocean whale one first. So I guess what I'm looking for is, would someone be willing to make the motion on the table? Director Brander?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a seconder? I'll second that. So tabling the one that's on the table, so we can just, until after we deal with wild ocean whale. Discussion, seeing none, I'll call the question on tabling. All in favor? Opposed? None carried. Okay, so now we have no motion on the table. If someone would be interested, I think a motion on wild ocean whale would be most appropriate. Director Gisborne?
Move that we decline the request for funding from the Wild Ocean Whale Society.
Seconded by Director Brander. Is there discussion on that item, Director Gisborne?
I'll be very quick. I grew up in Paradise Valley. Feral cats are an issue out there, always have been. The issue is quite often that folks will come and drop off kittens. I think I mentioned it before. We have an illness that goes through our community called feline distemper, and it shuts down feral cats' digestive systems, and it kind of goes in a push and pull. The issue I see with the Wild Ocean Whale Society's kind of program is that they are catching the cats, they get them with their shots, which makes them immune from feline distemper. They get fixed so that they stop breeding, but then they get re-released back essentially into their colony. And the problem with that is one of the reasons why a lot of farmers and rural folks have issues with feral cats is that they absolutely devastate the local wildlife. They go after small birds, they go after small animals. And if you have a colony of like 20 cats and you get them all fixed and you get them all their shots and they get reintroduced back into the neighborhood, that is, you know, over the next 10 years, which is, you know, essentially the life of the cat, it's going to be a detriment to the environment in the area. And to the other director's points, we do fund a regional animal shelter through the SPCA. And I think, and this is what I experienced as a teenager, was if you catch a feral cat in a live trap, bring it into the SPCA and say, hey, I found this cat. And the SPCA then either finds a rehoming for it, or they may have to euthanize it. I know it's really kind of sad and unfortunate that it's happened, but really, we do have a lot of people in our community that are, you know, they're suffering, as in they're not able to afford food, they're not able to afford their taxes, and these are very large requests to the Wild Ocean Whale Society. And at this time, my thoughts are, you know, we're already funding the animal shelter, and this isn't a one-off request. This is kind of like, hey, this is going to be an ongoing thing. And if there's a large colony of cats that have not had their shots, I would estimate that in the next year or two, another wave of feline distemper will come through the community, and any cat that does not have its vaccinations will just disappear. And it's an unfortunate thing, but it's, you know, we have to make tough choices. So
okay, so let's try to get this to a vote. So is there any other pertinent, Director McCormick?
Yeah, thank you. Just to say that the SPCA does not provide any funding to this initiative. So by turning them down, that basically says that we don't value the dealing with the feral cat colonies in our region. And so I'm a little bit concerned about that, because I see the benefit of what they're doing. They're keeping the colonies from exploding. If you had 20 cats that were not neutered, carried on, can you imagine how many cats there would be in 10 years? So what this is doing is at least keeping the numbers to what they are now, and let the cats at least not die of a horrible disease, but live out their life. And so I really kind of see both sides of this. I think it's an important thing that we address, because they don't get any funding from the SPCA. And I'm kind of sad about that. Like, maybe when we next consider a grant to the SPCA, we can talk about what they do with it. Would this be incorporated? But I'd like to see them get something, because I don't think it's really, you know, I think that the downside could be quite significant of not providing any funding and not trying to keep the colonies under control. So I see a real downside to that.
Director Lennox, then Director
No,
Southcott. Oh, Director
Southcott's
Southcott. Oh, okay. Director Southcott, floor's yours.
Thank you, Chair. This is a controversial issue across, it's international, not just national, but it certainly is national. It involves national organizations. It triggers real cultural, it's the culture of cats, basically, and what people's personal feelings are about cats. From what I understand, even the SPCA is changing its views because treat, neuter, and release, TNR, has been utilized for at least a decade. The outcomes and the results are not, according to some of what I've read, and like I say, this is controversial. It's trending to not support TNR anymore. SPCA, of course, is in a tough position of depending on donations for funding, and then has to basically cater to what people's attitudes are in order to get that funding, regardless of what science actually shows. I am aware of one situation which is fairly serious within the city that has been ongoing for a year or more, where TNR has not solved the problem. So I'm continuing to follow that, but the person I've been in contact with has said to me that over a year ago that he lives in Wildwood and surrounded by, natural environment for birds. And over the past, this past year, there aren't any birds there anymore. This is a particularly big it has been a big colony. Yes, the size of it's been reduced, but it's very difficult to actually capture all the fertile animals. And if you don't, they multiply again because it's not a controlled situation. It's very difficult to actually put a whole colony under a net of control. That's enough detail about that. I honestly, the reason why I mentioned question about charitable status is because I don't know if the funders like us would be liable in any particular way if we funded an organization that doesn't meet receiving money from us outside its mandate. But that isn't something that I've had a chance to look into yet. If that was suggested to me, that would need to be confirmed. So I don't support I support the recommendation or the motion that's on the table right now. And I don't support WOW's receiving the money as suggested.
Okay, thank you, Director Lennox.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I also support the motion on the floor. I did a little Googling, and you're right, Director Southcott. There's a no one solution is the solution. It's a combined effort over time. I want to say that this request is a significant amount, $8,000 compared to some of the other folks we've seen. And those other folks, even though they're small amounts, have taken the time to come before us. And I need some education maybe on this subject to come rounded out about why we would augment our, considerable funding for SPCA and other initiatives, and then this on top of it. So, skating clubs come before us for $800. What is the request? $850 and spent time to do a delegation, and I have not heard from one person on this. So respectfully, I think that might have helped their cause, and they have come back to us since the first intake and now the second intake. So I see this will continue. Their work is valuable. I've read their material, and they're right. It's good for people. It's humane. I appreciate their efforts. But I'm not prepared for Area A to support this without more facts. Thank you.
Okay, so hopefully that's enough debate on this then. The motion on the table is to respectfully decline the request. I will call the question. All those in favor, declining? Opposed? None opposed, that carried. Director Gisborne?
Yeah, we're 3 minutes to the start of our
yes,
board
please
meeting.
let me chair. Let me chair. Please let me speak.
I was going to put forward a motion.
Yeah. So what I was going to say, yes, don't let me. We are 3 minutes from the board meeting, and so if we want to start the meeting on time, we could have an opportunity to do that if we suspend this meeting and start back afterwards. Okay, go ahead, Director Gisborne.
I was gonna put forward a motion to adjourn, very similar to the one we had at our planning committee, I believe.
Yes, thank you. I did a little bit of research. We could adjourn this meeting and provide direction to staff to organize a date and time for this meeting to reconvene. If you were not wanting to do that today, I don't know if we're going to have enough time to address both planning and finance after the board, but we could potentially reconvene after the board meeting today. Otherwise, we could provide direction to staff to organize a date and time to reconvene at a different date.
Okay, Director Gisborne.
In the sake of time, I was going to request that we adjourn until after the board meeting, and then at that point, we can then decide if we want to direct staff for which date and time would work for us.
That
Otherwise, we'll spend 10 minutes picking a date right now. So
exactly. Okay, so is there a seconder for that motion to come back? Okay, Director Lennox. Okay, discussion. I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed. We are adjourned until after the board. See you in 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Maybe we could.
Sorry, Chair.
Waiting for the recording, which will pop on. Usually it's halfway through me saying something and then
Yeah, we'll just, I think they're getting it going right now, Chair. Thank you very much.
Recording in progress.
Okay, we have our recording. So I'd like to call this continuation meeting of the Finance Committee from November 6th to order for November the 12th. I'll start with a land acknowledgement to acknowledge that we are gathered today on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Uhlmann Nation, as well as all Coast Salish First Nations on whose traditional territories we have the honor to live, including my home on Wai'ete, also known as Lasqueti Island. I would also like to acknowledge all those who have risked and given their lives to defend our democracy and freedom, and we remember them with gratitude. Since this meeting is a continuation of the November 6th, 2024 Finance Committee meeting, we can now just jump right into section item 8.5 on the financial assistance. And before we get going, I'd like to recap where we're at. So there were 9 grant requests to consider. First, I would like to thank staff, in particular Ms. Lillies, for the work put in to prepare us, to provide us with a comprehensive report and balanced objective recommendations. As we proceed and make changes, Ms. Lillies will almost certainly be able to provide us updated balances of the different grant funding sources. At the November 6th meeting, we had a fair amount of discussion, and I'll summarize a few of the points that I heard so we can kind of refresh ourselves. Several directors expressed support to provide the Powell River Skating Club with their full request of $850 instead of the $355 as in the agenda. Director Lennox expressed support to fund the Association of Savory Island Community with the full amount of the request, while I supported funding the 2 applications from Liskini as in the recommendations. The recommendations as a whole will deplete, if adopted as they are right now, will deplete the grant funding sources from the general grants in aid and from areas B, D, and E. So we need to be aware of the interdependencies as we shift things around. We had moved and tabled the recommendation for the Orca bus, so there was a motion put forward and seconded to take the recommendation, then we tabled that. And so that will have to be taken off the table before that item can be resolved. We can start by doing that, or we can deal with some of the other items first. That'll be up to the committee. We declined the application by the Wild Ocean Whale Society, which increases the amounts available in the Area A to D grants by a net of $3,341 from what's in our agenda, with various amounts from areas A to D. And so with that, I will open it up and for motions to see what the committee would like to do. So we can either take off the table the Orca bus, or if you prefer, someone can move one of the other items and go from there. Let's see, I can't see.
Director.
Yeah. Yeah, no, anyways, I couldn't see Director McCormick for a second. So Director Gisborne, go ahead.
Yeah, just to start us off, because the silence was deafening. Looking at our list, I'm wondering it might be a good idea to just get rid of the easy ones. And by getting rid of, I mean deal with them. For example, the Association of Savory Island Committee that only comes from Area A. Even if we allocate all the grant funding, there's still going to be money left over from Area A. And my thoughts are, I would be happy to deal with the Savory Island, Texada Health Service Society, and then the 2 Liskini Island ones before we start getting into the other ones that have to do with, general grant and aid or all the electoral areas and so on and so forth. So that's where I'm at. If you want me to put forward a motion, I would be happy to.
Go ahead.
I would move, hold on, I gotta make sure I got the right one in front of me. Item number, hold on.
So
Savory Island, number 6. There we go. The board recommend the committee. Oh, that's weird. My agenda is weird.
There was some typos in the original.
Sorry, there's option 1 and option 2. So seeing as how this is Area A, I'm actually going to let Director Lennox make his choice whether it wants to be 625 or 2,500.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Director Lennox. Make a motion.
To keep it simple, I'm just going to make a motion to support what is in option 2, the full amount of A6 request using Area A funds.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Director Gisborne. Is there any discussion on that item? And that full amount is
2,500.
2,500, right? Okay, so thank you very much. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will then call the question. All those in favor? None opposed, carried. So A6 done. Okay, if we carry on with this process, then we have the next one up would be the I get either the Texada Health Services or the Liskedi Island Food Bank. So Director McCormick?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to move the health services, the Texada Island Health Services with an amendment. And that is that the $472 that we have left from the Wild Ocean Whale Society, I would like to put into this grant. So I'd like to move a total of $2,286 for the Texada Island Health Services Society to be paid for by Area D Grant and Aid.
Okay, thank you. And is there a seconder for that, Director Lennox? And so just to confirm with Ms. Lillies, is that the correct amount?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yes, thank you through the chair. I was just wondering, was that $472?
Yeah, it was plus 472.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that works. I can do that. So then, would you like me to give you an updated amount then?
No, I think if we can, I think I think we're good. When we get to the other ones, we may call
Okay,
on you
perfect.
to be sure. But I think that's just the amount from that was allocated for the Wild Ocean Whale one going to.
Yeah.
Okay, so is there any discussion on that item? I don't see Director McCormick on the screen. Oh, Director McCormick, go ahead. And then Director Brander.
That's good.
Oh, Director Brander.
Thanks, Chair. So I just want to, I guess, get clarification here. So if the money is taken from the grant that we declined and put towards the health center, if we were going to take the money that was previously being given or earmarked, I should say, for the Wild Ocean Whale Society to one of the other applicants, that's no longer possible, I guess, in equitable numbers because the Area D grant and aid will be reduced down to 0 again, essentially. Is that correct?
So that'd be my understanding. If we're talking about the Powell River Skating Club, that in the package is coming from areas A to C right now, so that wouldn't affect that one, but it would affect the ability to increase qathet film or the Four Tides Hospice.
Okay. Thank you. Just wanted clarification.
Okay, is there any further discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, I will then call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That one carries. Okay, moving on. Liskedi Food Bank. Maybe I'll make that motion. I'll move to allocate. I'll move the recommendation in the agenda for the food bank from the LCA. Okay, so any discussion on that? And I'll decide that's their normal amount. They already contacted me. They're doing a very good job. Okay, so then seeing no further discussion, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed? Carried. And I'll move the recommendation for the LIAS, Liskedi Island Internet Access Society as an agenda. Thank you, Director Gisborne. Now I'll just mention that the LIAS used to apply for grants from us regularly for about 1,000, and they haven't for some years. So this kind of their full request, was 5,000. They hadn't asked for a few years. It would have been fine, but I think they'll be hopefully satisfied with getting something to help towards their project that they've put forward. Okay, so any further discussion, Director Gisborne?
Yeah, taking a look at our grants to organization chart on page 10 of 152, there is a recommended allocation of $165 from Area E to the Four Tides Hospice Society. And since I don't think they do much work on Liskedi Island, I guess my question for Director Farrell or Chair Fall would be, would Area E rather put that $165 towards the Internet Access Society instead? Then bump up the number.
In response, I mean, I'm not that worried about that amount of money. I do think that the hospice does a very good job. What it does limit, related to comments from Director Brander a moment ago, is if there is a desire by the committee to increase the amount to Four Tides, then if we pass this, then Liskedi won't be able to go above 165. But I'm happy leaving 165 there. They do a good job, and maybe someone from Liskedi will benefit from them. And I know we do have our own process on Liskedi. There isn't a hospice per se, of course, but this kind of emergent things. So yes, thank you for the thought, but I'm okay with it.
I'm happy.
We're trying to keep it simple. Okay, so any further discussion on this? Seeing none, then I will call the question. All those in favor? And none opposed. That one carries. Okay, so those are those four. So Now we've got the hospice, the cathette film, orca bus, and skating. Which would you like to deal with next? Director Elliott. Director Elliott.
Director Elliott.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, maybe I didn't hear it. I did call it out. Director Elliott, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you, Chair. So I think it might be nice to provide the skating club for the full amount of their grant. And I know we were trying to figure out where that extra amount might come from. And now that we've dealt with the area specifics, there was an argument for it to come from general grant and aid, which I think impacts some other things. And so could we have some updated numbers so that we might make a motion for the skating club?
Ms. Lilly, so could we get updated numbers on the amounts in areas A to D? Sorry, A to C. And I believe it, because of the change or the declining the wild ocean whale, that leaves sufficient funds in those three pots to increase by 495, but general grants and aid is still limited at the amount 11,530 total. Ms. Lilly?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. With the removal of the wild ocean whale grant, we now have in area A, we want to move to the skating club. If we put 850 there, we would be using 457 or $467.57 from area A, which is possible. From B, $161.55, and from area C, $220.87.
So I would like to move that we do that for the Powell River Skating Club, and if I get a seconder, I'll speak to it.
Second.
So seconder, Director Lennox.
So I kind of like where the grant and aid is currently allocated and would like to support that as well. The city of Powell River does give grant in kind to the skating club every year for ice time. That adds up to significantly more than what they've asked for here. So I do think it is fair to do it this way. And so I'd ask the support of the directors to approve this motion.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion on this item? Director Lennox?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've been trying to think about this one too, and although it sort of requires Area A to bear a bit more of a burden, all three areas, I think this event is important for that club to get off the ground. They did a good job of explaining where they are with the club and how important this event is. So I'm prepared to support this motion.
Thank you. Any other discussion, Director Gisborne?
Yeah, let me just find the right page here. On their application, it's like I'm getting there. It's a long one. They have the ice fees and the change room fees, which are paid to the city of Powell River, and they informed us that half of those fees are waived as a grant in kind. I can get to that page, but going right from my memory, I believe it worked out to that it saves them roughly $150. So I get what Director Elliott is saying about the city, waiving those fees and hearing that they add up to a significant amount, but from the paperwork in front of me and from what they told us, it's not even close to $800. That's one of the reasons why I think it's appropriate that it goes through general grant and aid, because without that information of like how much is being waived, I'm not entirely sure.
So I'll speak, and then I see Director Elliott. So, while I can see there can be arguments for both sides on where it should come from, and I think you could look at the numbers like that. I also think there's a practical effect here that if we that really the amount of money we're talking about overall isn't very much. I know Area E is not funding any of it, so are on the hook for any of it. So I'll keep my comments brief, but really it's really, do we want to impact the Orca bus is really from a practical point of view. But Director Elliott?
Thank you. So the granting kind does for ice time doesn't just include this event, whereas the application just includes this event. The grant in kind for ice time for the skating club is half of their ice time for all their practices and things throughout the year, and it adds up. I don't remember exactly, but it was a couple $1,000. It was what she said during her delegation, because I asked that question. We could go back and look if we wanted to know what she said, but so while the application focuses on this one event, the grant in kind that the city provides is for overall use of it throughout the year. So I don't think that just the information in the application speaks to that very well.
Is there any other discussion on this item? Seeing no hands up, then I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Carried. Powell River Skating will get their full request. So now we have 3 more. So I would suggest maybe it'd be most efficient to deal with the Orca bus one, since that's from general. And but I'll leave it open to the committee to make another motion. We have 3 more, I believe, on the table. And if we were to do if anyone wants to return to the Orca bus one, the motion is to take it off the table. Corporate Officer?
Thank you, Chair. I think you can just take from the table when the other pending business is dealt with. So if the committee feels like discussion has completed, just resume discussion on the Orca bus.
Okay, so maybe one would pull that one off because that's sort of separate from the other 2, and the other 2 we might need a bit more. Director Elliott?
I wanted to know how the directors felt about the Qathet Film Society. There seems to be less than half of their requests being fulfilled here, and I wondered if we support that, or if we might like to change that distribution slightly. I don't feel like we're treating the Qathet Film Society fairly necessarily, but we have limited funds, and I wouldn't mind, before bringing that off the table, letting the directors weigh in on whether that was something we were interested in doing or not.
Thank you. I guess it's open. There's no motion on the table right now, so if director would like to propose something for any one of the 3 remaining ones, hospice, film, Quebec Qathet film, or the Orca bus. I'm not seeing anything. We're going to have to do something.
Yes. So if hearing nothing, we could pull the Orca bus and table it again. I just wanted to ask a question.
Yeah. Okay. So why don't we? So the Orca bus one is back on the table. So it's been moved and seconded at the last meeting, and we've had some discussion on it. So why don't we return to that? So in other words, the motion on the table now is to fund the Orca bus, Powell River Child, Youth, and Family Services at $11,530 from general grants and aid, and that would, as far as I understand, will completely empty that fund. So that's all we can do. I see a nod from Ms. Lilly. So is there any discussion on that item on the Orca bus? Director Gisborne?
Yeah, I want to support the Orca bus. The problem we have, though, is that if this motion passes, then general grants and aid gets completely depleted, and then it's up to the electoral areas to make up the difference for any other grant application. This is a concern I've raised in the past, that when we pass our budget, we don't know how much money is going to be asked from us, and we run into this problem every year. And I get very frustrated because every year we end up using up everything from general grants and aid for things that have regional benefits, but then everything that's left over gets shouldered onto the electoral areas. And I know there's not much we can do about it today, but we changed our grant application process, and every year we run into this issue. I guess the question I have, because I found that other services, if they go over budget, we can take it from next year's requisition. Would it be possible to allocate more funds from something like general grant and aid than what's currently budgeted for, but then we would have to increase the allocation from next year's. Is that a possibility?
Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, no, the board can't purposely overspend. You know, you could, if you have to overspend, if it's an emergency or it's, you know, something happens that you have to overspend, then you have to take that from the next year's funding. But the board can't purposely budget a deficit, and this would be purposely budgeting a deficit.
Thank you very much. That really helps clarify the situation that we're in. I want to give the Orca bus everything that they're asking for, but I'm also very concerned about the Film Society and these other applications, which in their applications are saying that they benefit the region. But every year when we pass our budget, we don't allocate enough funds into general grant and aid. And in the end, it's coming out of the electoral areas. I'm just expressing that if we pass this motion, don't be surprised if I don't necessarily support the other motions because they're going to be coming out of electoral area funds. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Is there any other discussion on this item? Seeing no hands up, then I will call the question. All those in favor? Oh, Director McCormick,
I
sorry.
just wanted to make sure, is it the Orca bus that we're voting on now?
Yes, the motion right now is to fund 11,530 from general grants and aid for the Orca bus.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll go back to Director Brander.
Thanks, Chair. I haven't really, I've been a little bit rushed here, but I'm just kicking around an idea that could we have the three remaining, so we've got the Film Society, the Four Tides Society, and the Orca bus. Could we all have them be given an equal percentage of what they're asking for? So if you add the three requests up and then add up the three recommended and divide it by the three requested, you get a percentage. And you can multiply that percentage by the requested. I'm not being clear, but basically just to take whatever money we have left over from the general grants and aid and split it up equally, I guess.
Right. So right now in the agenda, and I see Ms. Lily's busy crunching. It's a little tricky because the hospice is coming from A to E. The film is coming from A to D.
Yeah, it's tricky. I understand, and I just wanted to put the idea out there before we actually called the vote, I guess.
And there is, you know, other than the adjustment from the wild ocean whale, declining that provides some additional funds in A to C. Area D is now basically more or less depleted, other than what's in the recommendations, and so that would give some opportunity to increase it from those pots of money to bring up the qathet film and or the hospice. So you'd like to know, is the question, you'd like to know what would be a percent reduction on all three of those that would work, that would be the same percent reduction.
Right. So then we could take some of the general grants and aid and spread it out to the Four Tides and qathet. So we'll be reducing our grant to the Orca bus and increasing Four Tides and qathet.
And was the question to leave the recommended amounts from the electoral area funds for the hospice and the film the same, but just shifting some general grants and aid down?
Yeah, I guess because we're kind of constrained by the area grants and aid, aren't we? Because some areas don't have any money left over in there.
Yeah, so does that question make sense, Ms. Lillies? Is that
Yeah, I apologize for the jumbled question at the light.
Well, it's just mathematically a little challenging, so I see you're smiling, but Ms. Lillies, is that even possible to do on the fly like this?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. I could distribute, like right now we've got basically, yeah, D and E don't have anything left. B is down to $451. A and C have some, quite a bit available. It's a bit harder to use though because of the distribution. But I could.
Chair,
Yeah, I see.
Oh, sorry.
Corporate officer?
I was just going to ask if we could have a 5-minute recess just to do the math and come back.
Yes, why don't we do that? Let's take a 5-minute break and so we don't require employees to. And maybe I'll
Thank you.
okay. Thanks. So we'll come back. We'll reconvene in 5 minutes.
Yeah, recording.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. We're back in session.
Thank you. And thank you to staff for figuring out this non-trivial math problem. Corporate Officer?
Staff would like to suggest that we table this item and move on to the other items of business while they figure out the math on this. Would that be?
Okay, would someone like to table this item 8.5? Director Branders or seconder? Director Elliott, is there discussion on this tabling? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed, none, carried. So, okay, so we're on to 8.6, which is, let me just scroll down. Canada Summer Jobs Grant 2025. Director Elliott?
I'll just move the motion in the package.
Seconded.
Okay, second, is there a discussion on that? Director Lennox?
Lennox?
Lennox, you
Chair.
gotta, whatever's rolls
Yeah,
off the tongue.
yeah, sorry, Chair. I was
Just cut it. Yeah,
being silly. You know, just of note, I was a beneficiary of that grant way back when, working at Craig Road Park, and it's like foundational for people. And students and those folks benefit greatly. So I think it's great for us to try to help that out. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Is there anyone else? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? None opposed, that carries. Okay, 8.7 is the fees and charges bylaw updates, which is a three-part item. Director Gisborne?
So moved.
So moved. Is there a seconder? Director Lennox? Is there any discussion on that? Director Gisborne?
Yes, one of the major changes that you'll see in this is on page 8 of 13, which is processing agricultural land reserve exclusion applications. This item came up at the Agricultural Advisory Committee. We have recently gone through the process of the housing proposal on Texida Island to have land removed from the ALR for the purposes of housing. And the information that came back was there is a significant cost to staff time, and I'm fully in support of this motion to update our fees to more accurately reflect the costs that this does put on our staff to process all this application. And other than that, good work, staff. Keep up the good job. It is a lot of work to handle all this paperwork. And that's it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on this? I'll Director McCormick.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify that the fee for the airport lease per square foot has been increased to 9 cents per square foot from 8 cents. And when I read the report, it reads like it is an increase of 9 cents, but in fact, it's an increase to 9 cents. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, and perhaps I could get a comment from staff just confirming that that's the fact.
Yeah, I see, is that Mr. Devereaux on the screen there?
Yes, Chair. The airport lease fees have been removed from this bylaw completely, right? So because they have their own lease agreements, they're not covered into this bylaw. And the fees are determined in their leases. I'd have to check. I can't remember off the top of my head if it's a 9 cent increase or an increase to 9 cents, but I can get that to Director McCormick.
Director McCormick?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think it is increased to 9 cents. And yes, I understand now it's not in the bylaw. So thank you for that clarification. Good.
Thank you. And I'll just add my comment. I agree with the need to have a fee for the agricultural advisory, the applications to remove land from ALR. I think take staff time, and the AAC Agriculture Advisory Committee made a good recommendation, and I think we need to recover fees from that. It's not fair to others to have to shoulder that. So I think staff have done a really good job in trying to keep our fees down, but we need to charge for the services. Okay, seeing no other hands up, I will then call a question on this item. All those in favor? None opposed. That one carries. Okay, so I guess corporate officer, are we okay to go back to the 8.5? Because the only thing left is in camera now.
New business, all right?
We'll check.
You just share the screen.
Hi, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Yes,
Oh,
we're ready to come back now.
Ready to go. Okay, yeah, the new business, Director Elliott, the new business was taken out. So we have question period, which we'll deal with 8.5 first, and then go to question period. So Ms. Greenan.
Thank you, Chair. If I could share my screen, I'll just show you what we managed to come up with.
Were you able to?
Yes, so now you should be seeing my screen with a lot of numbers. So we go down to the this is intake 2. You can see my cursor there. And so these are the three in white that we need to deal with. And so what we've done is if we allocate, it works out to 72%, just over 72%. If we give them each 72%, 72.4%, then that basically leaves $19.79 in the general grants and aid. And then it leaves, we still have, there's 0 in area D and 0 in area E. So that way they each get 72.4% of the pot that's available.
Okay.
So that would mean, yeah, so for Powell River Child, Youth and Family Services, Orca Bus would be $8,905.20. Four Tides Hospice Society, $47.06. Qathet Film Society, $14.48.
Okay, that's very good. Thank you, Ms. Green, and thank you all staff who worked on that kind of non-trivial adjustment to make it work. Hopefully, I'm hoping this satisfies the concerns around the table. So we have on our table a motion as in the package, and if we want to do something like this, we would amend it. So Director Elliott.
My thought was if we could gain general consensus that we wanted to move forward with the new numbers, then we could amend the motion as per what was in that. But I don't know if we want to go forward amending it if we haven't got general agreement that that's how we want to move forward. So I thought maybe just a canvas about whether we kind of agree with the new numbers and want to move forward with that or not.
Okay, so very briefly, maybe I'll ask, maybe to put it the negative. If we've had a lot of discussion on this, is there anyone who doesn't like this adjustment that was proposed and that moves things around? Director McCormick?
Yeah, thank you. I prefer giving the full amount or the amount that was proposed in the package to Orca Bus because I believe they do really important, tangible work that is appreciated by everyone, certainly with young kids. So I think their work is really more, I can't say more important because everyone's work is important, but I would like to see the full amount go forward to Orca Bus that was planned in the original agenda. So I'm not in favor of the reduced amount.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in this kind of round table? Seeing, Director Gisborne.
Yeah, the concern I raised was there's only so much money to go around from general grant and aid, and that this proposal still uses up all that money from general grant and aid, and to make up a lot of the difference, it's still coming out of the electoral areas. So whether, Youth and Family Services, Hospice, and Film Society are getting, allocations from general grant and aid, and then they're having other portions of their own being made up from the electoral or grant and aid. The tax impact on the electoral areas is still very similar, and it doesn't address my concern that things that benefit the region should come out of general grant and aid. And maybe that's something that we should be discussing when we go to adopt our next financial plan, to put sufficient funds into general grant and aid so that we stop having to make up the difference from the electoral areas, because we find ourselves in this situation every year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Director Brander.
I was just gonna say, I do kind of like the numbers here because it makes everything a little bit more equitable instead of one organization getting almost everything they want. Everybody's getting 3/4 of what they want, and it lends aid to a few different demographics. You've got the hospice group, you've got the youth that are being looked after by the Orca bus, and you have the film society, which is, everybody can take advantage of that. So I like the fairness of it.
So, Director Elliott.
So I would move amendment of the Orca bus motion to reflect the new Orca bus numbers in the numbers put together by staff. And if we get a seconder, we can move forward on that.
Seconder, Director Southcott, thank you. So maybe staff can just clarify the numbers. That was $8,905. I didn't get the pennies,
Yes.
but
Yes,
okay.
thank you, Chair. It was $8,905.20.
Okay, so there's an amendment on the table to change 11,530 to 8,905. Is there any discussion on that amendment? Seeing none, I will call the question on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? One opposed, Director McCormick. So it carries. So now we have on the table before us the motion to provide 8,905 from general grants and aid to the Orca bus. Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed. That carries. Okay, very good. So now we have two more. So would someone like to make a motion related to the hospice, Director Elliott?
I would move.
That was an amendment. Have we done the?
Oh, we did the main. Yeah, we did both. Yes, thank you,
That's the
CEO.
main motion, yeah.
Perhaps before can we have the numbers, Linda? And
if you could write them, then we can move them.
What I'm thinking is that if you share them, I'll be able to read out the motion that I think is desired for hospice.
I believe it's as in the agenda, corporate officer, with an additional $1,992 from general grant and aid.
Well, except we have to move them from the various funds as well.
No, I think that they've done it already.
Yeah, so it's as in the agenda. Is that correct, Ms. Greenan? It's as in the agenda plus 1992 from general.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct, Chair.
So that would be the motion if
that
someone...
would be with the addition of that, the committee recommended to the board that the board approve a grant of $1,992 to the Four Tides Hospice Society for general operating costs from the general grant and aid service.
I would move that.
Right. Plus the other items in the
other five.
Plus the other five. So is that what you're moving, Director Elliott?
Yes, please.
Okay, and I'm gonna
all the motions are attached to 4 times in the agenda, plus the one the corporate officer has just read out.
Perfect. Just so we're clear, seconder, Director Gisborne, you're seconding that? Okay, so discussion on that, Director Gisborne?
We actually have essentially a motion before us to allocate funding to Four Tides Hospice Society from general grant and aid, Area A, from Area B, from Area C, Area D. So it's essentially 6 motions because there'd be a whole bunch of ands in there. Is that correct?
But yeah, one joint motion with a bunch of ands. Yes.
I'd like to split the motion and split general grant and aid portion from the rest of the electoral area grant and aid portion of the motion.
Okay. So we have a motion before us, so we can vote on I guess it doesn't matter which one we do first. I think the general comes after. So why don't we consider on right now the motion, the A to E portion of it, which is as in the agenda. So the part that's in the agenda. So is there any discussion on that part of it, Director Gisborne?
Yep. So we've reduced the funding to the Orca bus, so that way we could provide funding from the general grant and aid to the other applicants, such as Four Tides and qathet Film Society, and that comes out of general grant and aid, which comes from everyone. I was happy to vote in favor of that motion because it's a regional benefit. And yes, that makes the Orca bus get even less money than they're asking for. Their original request was $12,300. Now we just passed a motion for $8,905. I'm fine with that, but that means that the other applicants should also be treated the same from our general grants. So I'm very happy to support grant from the general grant and aid, but I'm not willing to support the motion coming from the electoral areas towards the Four Tides Hospice Society or the Qathet Film Society. I think those funds should be coming out of the general grant and aid. I believe that's why we reduced the request from the Orca bus, so that there would be still some of those funds to fund the other two applicants. But really, if we pass this motion, then all we're really doing is making the Orca bus suffer needlessly. So I'm opposed to the grant coming from areas A, B, C, D, and E. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Director Elliott.
Thank you. Once again, the city has provided considerable funding to all of the Orca bus, the Four Tides, and the Film Society for capital projects through the community forests, which are city funds that we contribute to. And if we always only do triennial grants and aids, then the projects we fund separately over at the city are getting less credit than they deserve. So I take exception to with always wanting to make everything general grants and aid, because it treats the city's contributions as which are done granted separately under a different government, but they're still being contributed to, and through that funds ability on capital projects. And so it would be nice if we could not always nickel and dime out of the general grant. We can't put as much into general grants and aid because the bulk of our funding comes from grants through the city community forest and other avenues. So that needs some recognition here at this board in order for us to treat everybody equitably.
Now just add myself onto the speaking list and then see Director Gisborne. I think the package together of the Orca bus, the hospice, and the Qathet film will give each applicant about a bit over 72% of their total with the package we're doing. So if we were to not support the electoral area contribution, then the Hospice Society would be receiving significantly less than 72%. So that would not be an equitable reduction. That would be really impacting, we'd be impacting the Orca bus and impacting the hospice without trying to find a rebalancing. I'm happy to, and that contribution from general grants and aid, Area E contributes to that too, even if we probably don't benefit that much from the hospice, but the hospice does a really great job, important service, and I'm happy to contribute, and I'm happy to contribute a little bit from Area E. I think the important thing is that we provide these groups some support, and we can have discussions later about how we find out the appropriate amounts to put in grants. But at the end of the day, for the taxpayer, we need to decide at budget time how much we allocate in total, and then we do the hard job of dividing it up. We can't come up with the right amount of money that everyone wants. We have to make hard decisions to decide when we reduce, when we decline, and when we support. And we're trying to do the best with what's available. And I think this is a good, fair, balanced package, and I fully support it. Director Gisborne.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with much of what has been said, and I know that we are getting very off topic on what the motion is before the Assembly. When it comes to the contribution from, say, the municipality of Powell River or community forests, that's a lot of information that we don't have at this table. Yes, community forest does provide a great deal of benefit to the community, but we at this table we don't get that information. We don't know what they're contributing to. Also, my understanding is community forest doesn't come out of general taxation over at the city. Area grant and aid does. And to Director Fall or Chair Fall's point of, we have to kind of determine what these limits are before we get the ask. And that's a challenging job. We said, okay, we will allocate, $60,000 or something like that from a general grant and aid, or $90,000. The problem that we're running into is that the grant intake application occurs after we pass our budget. Not all regional districts do that. In fact, most actually have the grant intake before you pass the budget, so you can go, okay, we're getting a request for $120,000.
Order, Chair.
Yes, Director Brander, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Chair. Director Gisborne did allude to it that we have gone off topic here, and I just want to draw attention to that.
Okay, thank you. Well taken. Director Gisborne, can we, and I helped contribute to that. For that, I apologize. Can we focus back on the motion on the table, which is the contribution from areas A to E? So carry on, Director Gisborne.
Absolutely. And I'm only responding to the comments made by the two other directors that were also out of order. So I'm getting called point of order on my response. But I don't want to upset the apple cart, so I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. And I apologize for my comments, which were off topic. So is there any further debate on this motion, which is for our Director McCormick?
Thank you. And I do support the motion for this year, but I do think that Director Gisborne raises a valid point that we need to do a better job for next year regarding anticipating what we're going to need in general grant and aid and putting more money into that. So I think that's important for future years, but for right now, I'm going to support the recommendation. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any further debate on this motion? Seeing none, then I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? One opposed. Director Gisborne, it passes. So now we have our second motion, which is the second part of the motion split. So this is for the general grant, the general contribution from general grant and aid. So $1,992 from general grant and aid for the Hospice Society. So is there any discussion on that part of the motion? Seeing none, then I will call the question. All those in favor? None opposed. That carries. Okay, one more to go, which is qathet film. Director Elliott?
I would move the qathet film motion 3, which is 1, 2, 3 sections with the addition of this change in the grant and aid one. What was that change?
Corporate officer?
4 sections and then a contribution of
613.
And 117 to something else.
Yeah, it's for 1600. So it's as in the agenda plus 613 from general grant and aid, I believe. Is that correct, Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that's correct.
So is that the motion? So has it been seconded?
So was that the one? Sorry, just to be clear, in the agenda there was a grant and aid section for 117.96, and then we add an extra 6, or was that the total amount?
So is that as in the agenda, which and plus 600. So as in the agenda plus 613 from general grants and aid, which brings the total to $1,448. If I wrote down my numbers down correctly, is that correct, Ms. Green?
Yeah. So I'm wondering if that's the total grant and aid amount, or if the total grant and aid amount for this motion is 117.96 plus 6 something.
Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I'll just share the screen. It might be easier to see. It's so.
Oh, sorry, I had the wrong one.
Okay, so we're looking at 613 from general and then 394.
Okay,
yeah,
correct. Sorry, I got confused for a second.
Okay.
I think
no
thank you
worries.
so much for your patience.
So clear. So it's A, B, C, D, and then another 613 that adds up to 1,448.
Absolutely correct. Thank you. That's my motion.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion? Director Gisborne, is there discussion on this? Director Gisborne.
I'd like the item split, just like last time.
Okay, so we're on the A to D piece of it. Is there any discussion on the A to D portion of that?
Already said
it. Seeing none, we've already talked about it. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? One opposed, Director Gisborne. Thank you. Carries. And then the general grant and aid piece for 613. Is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed? Carried. Thank you. We're through that. So we're on to question period. Is there anyone in the audience, or Mr. Galinsky, are you there for questions? I don't hear anyone. Oh, you got CAO? Corporate officer?
Thank you, Chair Fall. Councillor Isaacson is here and would like to ask a question.
Oh, okay. Councillor Isaacson?
Thank you, Chair. It's regarding item 8.3, which was related to um, the future issuance of long-term borrowing for the 6.4 million in the Resource Recovery Center. And so if my memory is correct, because it was from the meeting last week, the Finance Committee adopted a motion directing staff to secure long-term borrowing debt, which will allow repayment of the short-term borrowing, and that takes place in fall 2025. There was a bit of discussion of potentially taking advantage of lower interest rates as interest rates drops. But so my question is related to the fact that this is not new borrowing, it's a shift in existing borrowing, and there's already payments being made. I believe I heard that we're currently only making interest payments on the short-term borrowing. So I'm in making that decision to shift it to fall of 2024. I'm wondering if the board is aware of what the costs of the short-term borrowing are for that extra 6-month period from moving it from spring of 2025 to fall of 2025. I'm hoping my question makes sense, and perhaps Ms. Greenan or another staff member can help me understand that.
Thank you. I believe it makes sense. Ms. Greenan, maybe is that hopefully clear? Or able to answer that, or is that something you can do on the fly?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so I think it's a floating interest rate, and I think we're at 5.79% right now. And whoops. So so the interest for that 6-month period is $185,280. And actually what I was going to recommend is generally, because we would have borrowed, what I was going to recommend during the budgeting process for 2025 is generally we would do the borrowing in the spring, and then we would have just an interest payment in the fall. But we did have it in the budget to make a principal payment. So what I was going to recommend is that we actually make that, we don't borrow that extra principal, like make that principal payment before we borrow the balance of the funding. And then that will reduce the borrowing a little bit, because we don't have to borrow the whole 6.4 million. It's always up to 6.4 million is what's approved in that in the bylaw.
Thank you. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you for that clarity.
Hello, Chair Galinsky from the Peak here.
Mr. Galinsky?
How are you today, sir?
I'm very good. How are you?
Well, thank you. My question was also with regard to item 8.3 from last week, the security issuing bylaw, and the recommendation to the board. Manager of Financial Services explained it very well. My question is probably to Ms. Greenan as well. It seems to me that this is a second security issuing bylaw that has been issued or is going to be issued for the Resource Recovery Center. Am I correct in this?
Ms. Greenan?
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair. Yes, we have already done one security issuing bylaw for 5.5 million, and then this is the second one for 6.4 million.
I'm wondering, Chair, what the term of the first one was.
Ms. Greenan?
The first one was we borrowed over 30 years.
I think
we got an interest rate of 4.79%, if I recall correctly.
Perfect. I thank the manager for that. So after this security issuing bylaw is done in 2025, my presumption is all that remains is the $2.5 million that may be settled through community works or from long-term borrowing as well.
Yes, through the chair. That's correct. Yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to ask questions, Chair.
You're most welcome. Okay, moving on, we have an in-camera session. Would someone like to read the motion? Director Gisborne.
I'm back in time. I move that the committee move in camera, that the meeting be closed to the public on the grounds that the subject matter to be considered relates to matters covered by the community charter under section 91C, labor relations or other employee relations, and in the consideration of whether a committee meeting should be closed under provision of this subsection or subsection 2.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder? Director Lennox, a discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? None opposed? We are going in camera. It carries.
Question.
Fix my washing machine.
Recording in progress.
Thank you, Chair. We're back.
Okay, so we are back in the open session of the November 12th continuation of the November 6th Finance Committee meeting, and we are adjourned.